players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
You barely made it.
Oh, no! Freeze! There's no escape!
Damn it, no ammo.
Stay there, I say! Surrender! This time luck isn't on your side!
Let's check it out.
Shit!
What the hell is that?
Oh, crap!
You missed, motherfucker! What the fuck is going on?
Wow, this must be my lucky day. The link is in the description box.
At magandang gabi mga kaibigan at welcome back sa World Finals ng Blast Premier. Ako nga pala si Dad Femina, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog, ang magka-cover ng susunod nating mga best of 3 para sa pinakaunang araw live on the official Facebook and YouTube ng Focus Fire Gaming. And grabe Sneaky, it's been a long time coming ha. I've been telling etong si Jack na sa kailan tayo magkakaroon ng Blast Premier event. Ito na, World Final mismo sa Abu Dhabi pa nangyayari at nandun tayo, hindi lang nila alam.
Yep, they do know. Nandun nga tayo sa Abu Dhabi. This looks like we had to green screen yung mga kwarto natin dun sa likod. As per usual. Pero ayun na nga, it's nice to finally do one of yung mga blast events, especially kasi nga it's kind of like the major after the major, kumbaga yung mga sinasabi natin dito. And yeah, it seems like we have been seeing some good CS, a good back and forth. G2 doing G2 things na naman, losing to a game number 3 Ancient. Nothing new na naman dito sa year-ender natin for Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Ay, nako po. If ever talaga na magbago ang G2, magtatabla yung ikot ng mundo ngayon. So parang nanostra na lang natin lahat kahit may hope tayo. Napaka-strong ng performance sila doon pa lang sa ating second map, pero nako, Destiny will not shine on Monacy para sa atin ngayon. Hooksy still being the good chad himself, di talaga magbabago para sa ating best of 3 na yun. Pero hindi yun yung focus natin ngayon. Nasa cards natin is OG versus Heroic. At yung Heroic ngayon malakas yung naging start nila ngayon. Fresh na fresh after nila maging kampiyon sa last nilang Blast Real Fall Final. Ngayon, nakalaban nila ang OG Esports, where you could say that they're not in the most comfortable spots, up and down as of late, pero ito yung start. Day 1 pa lang at mali mo, mag-exceed yung expectations natin sa kanila.
Yeah, naman pwedeng the best thing that you can describe OG right now is pretty alright. Oh, pero Kadian though, getting them opening things up with an easy 2K na naman with that USP. That is gonna go down, but OG somehow, someway bringing this one back. Neofrag nakakuha na ng isa with the clock 18 dito kay Config. Pero si Gabby with the duel, he's doing so much damage. Is he gonna hit something? Yes, he will. Hits 2 actually dito sa may Arches area natin. And Dexter na lang natitira. OG potentially losing itong pistol na natin. Numbers are not adding up para sa side nila. Meron pang isang tao dito sa B, and Tesses is gonna end things off. Heroic round number 1 dito sa Inferno.
I mean, I like the idea, no? Yung pag-secure nila dun sa Arch to maybe just try to cut off anything, since yung Heroic, they're still taking like a bit of their sweet time to try to get their numbers palang dun palang sa kabilang side ng mapa. Look at this double swing dito sa duelist nitong si Yabi. I mean, we gotta talk about Yabi ngayon. Yung kanyang performance sa finals ng last Blast Premier Fall Final, hindi natin napanood through Foxfire, but it was just too good to notice ngayon. It's his impact. Even though, let's say, wala dito si Stown, he can stand in as like the rifler para sa Heroic. Ngayon na nagkaroon siya ng impact sa first round, then the second, hindi mawawala yung momentum nila dito.
Yeah. You could say na yung role ni Jappy at this time is kind of like his role sa kanyang old team. I think this is exactly how he played when he did before he arrived dito nga sa Heroic on Copenhagen. So I would say it's nothing new para sa kanya to actually play that type of play style. So he just fits right in dito sa ating puzzle. And of course, Config, you know, you can just fit him on any team and he will do a pretty okay job, to say the least. Pero ayun naman, KDN with another opening dito sa may mid side natin on towards A. You're gonna see him a lot dito sa may artist side, especially considering they do not need that much backup dito sa B. With the combination that they have, KDN of course, inubos na nga ang buong OG squad, and with the help of Javi stealing away that one kill, preventing his IGL's ego to inflate too much siguro, no? Kasi pag maaga naka-ace dito si KDN, you might see him do some crazy stuff dito sa Inferno.
Kung hindi sira, huwag mo ayusin, di ba? Same position, since yung focus again towards that arch position, then KDN just knows. He was aware na since doon pupunta ulit yung possibility for OG Esports, then hindi talaga tatalab dahil dun sa bigger weaponry na meron siya, which kind of gave it a lot more chance, a little bit more easier para ma-shuffle yung pag-triple swing nila doon sa arch pa lang ng OG. Slowing down the pace a bit. 5 AKs across the board, maybe looking towards banana position ngayon, habang I like the quad stack doon pa lang sa Heroic on the A side, kasi that also leaves them a bit of room to maybe retake, even have like a double lurk set up dito para kay Yabi tsaka dito kay Tesses. Kaso, yung patience na to, it's all requiring out of OG to be that aggressive push. At if KDN gets a little bit more impatient, which usually hindi natin nakikita yun from him, to be an open B plan, possibly an open round for OG.
Yep, bit of delay galing nga dito sa molly ni KDN. Nate is gonna go in as well. So that is gonna be cause of death for one of them. Yun lang nasa ni Neofrag. Ang grenade dito ni KDN plus there's gonna be a boost incoming pero may nag-expect galing dito sa may OG side from the dark area na may mag-boost dito. But the reaction not fast enough galing dito kay KDN. Nexa is gonna take him down. 4v4 na ka situation dito. Jabby gusto pampasok dito sa ating side pero Nexa nakuha niya ang kanyang kakampi dito. The one that was supposed to be traded para dito kay Jabby. Pero Jabby looking for the opening. And config na ang makakuha na kill dito. Pero Josh na lang natitira with an MP9 on the distance. Medyo malayo. But that entire time, bomb was not planted. So, low dito si Nexa. Low dito si Dexter. It is a possibility. Meron na nakadrop na M4 dito. So, options. A lot. Para dito kay Josh. Smoke and a flash. And he's gonna have to decide, man. He's gonna have to decide kung saan siya punta dito. 1v2. Smokes off one angle. Alam niya merong isang tao dito sa may banana pero hindi niya alam. Mas Nexa na andito pa rin sa may dark. And there it is, OG. With their first one.
If hindi nag-work yung pag-push dun sa A, edi double things down doon pa lang sa may B where patience could be running for heroic pero this time it's OG's aggression doon sa may banana na nag-apektos, nag-impact para makuha natin si Nexa yung kanilang yung multi-frags na dito. At least they got that one run on the board ngayon and a quick switch up ngayon para sa OG. The pace will simmered down, yung heroic na tuloy yung nagiging reactive sa OG but it's a little bit I'd say decent pa rin naman yung kanina naging damage considering how many of the guns na na-drop dito for OG. Back up, he still got banana control up and ready. OG could still keep themselves tucked in bago pa lang sila makapag-push dito sa B. It's a similar position para sa Heroic. Nandun pa rin man si Cadian. Now he has the AWP ready. Tapos si Config naman holding the short range angle. It's a good setup para ma-hold off yung push ng OG. Paglabas nila dito sa banana pero man, the patience yet again from OGs. Something that's giving anxiety to Heroic now that they're trying to rotate on through.
Yep. Bit of a change up sa kanilang setup dito though. Tess is now on A instead of Cicadian for those first two rounds in OG. Medyo nakakaangat na sila kahit pa paano dito sa may A site natin. So that's gonna be a sign of something good. Meron na silang dalawang option. They either block off itong arches or they go into B side by that CT area. Mukhang A side ka ang hanap dito ng Heroic. So it is gonna be a little cheeky pinch dito sa ating A side. Molotovs are gonna start to rain through. Pero Tesses na wide swing agad dito ni Flames. And Nexa is gonna get another shot. Pero Flames ang mawawala pa ka dito. Shush is finally gonna go down. But in exchange, he is gonna get itong si Fiku. 2v3 ang situation. Not impossible para dito sa Heroic. But OG has the upper hand.
Pwede. I like the flashes before OG went in. Doon pa lang sa may A. Because they knew that the tri-stack, because of the previous round, yung Heroic, they were ready for the push pa lang doon sa B. Kaya yung tri-stack na kinuha nila against OG to try to defend yung mga long-range angles dito. It's not paying off, but at least, diba, a little bit more to invest into. Dahil dito pa rin yung AWP ni Cadian. Kung kailangan niyang i-save ito for the next round, then he has the option to do so. Giving another round to OG. Dahil doon sa 3 kills na nakuha nila, you just cannot press the issue na lang. To acknowledge na hindi nag-workout yung tri-stack doon sa B, so, or sa A pala. So maybe send up a little bit of pressure somewhere else. I do like that Heroic tried to change the pace up, put a bit more resources dun sa kabilang side where KDN should not be alone. But at the same time, you are leaving yourself up open kapag let's say you give another utility player para kay KDN, you do give him a bit more to work with but you're also leaving a few more spaces para sa T side natin to conquer the A side. Less guns na comparing to the quad stack na nakuha nila kanina would have been perfect for the type of push that they had doon pa lang sa A short.
Yep. I mean, once you see that arches finally smoked, to be fair, tas walang tao dun sa library, magagawa na lang ng mga side players dito is magdasal at that point kasi nga there's gonna be 4 members just raining down dito sa site. And if you are not ready, then definitely you're just gonna get run over kagaya ng nakita natin kanina. And yeah, I would say so far so good para dito sa pick ng OG on their T side. So I think I would expect more damage to come from yung CT side nga nila dito. Pero OG has shown their signs of being also good dito sa kanilang T side. They know how to play that opening side as well, which is very important para dito sa Inferno. Having a good T side can really just make things a lot easier for the CTs, especially. Pero KDN at config, that was two unexpected angles, pero nakuha pa nila dito and gets another one on the board. And just like that, instant impact galing dito sa op ni KDN, pare.
Creativity. Ngayon, pinush up na doon pa lang sa kabilang side, pero hold on, at least nakuha pa rin nila yung control dun sa banana. Still leaving that side open. They put too many players pa lang doon sa may mid side itself. Leaving away one space dito. Whip shot galing kay KDN. Nagpupush pa rin si Nexa. And the IGL is not faltered at all. Para dito sa OG config to trade it all up. Tag-iisa na lang tong si Nexa. Kailangan ang ace clutch against config, Shush at Yabi. Does have the AWP doon pa lang sa may B. Kung babalik siya doon, yung bomba, nasa care pa lang nitong si config. So napakalayo. May time siya. Pero if he deals a bit dito kay Yabi, it would be enough. Pero it's impossible. With the tri-stack that they had dito, it's another round papunta sa mga players ng Heroic. So at least, diba? Para makapagbawi sila against the players of OG Esports. But Nexa, you gotta say, napakainit niya ngayon.
Yep. But at the same time, man, KDN, if he didn't hit the shot dito sa mid-side, that would have been two dead players para dito sa Heroic. So that was pretty clutch coming in from him. Heroic, off of an op, man. That's a single weapon galing lang dito sa Heroic, and that big play from their IGL could really start things off para dito sa Heroic in a really good note. The fact that napakadami pa nila nakuhang barrel from that last round can really prop up yung kanila economy dito. And yeah, OG back on the team. So unless malaking mess up talaga yung gagawin dito ng Heroic, I do not think they're gonna lose this one. Hopefully yung objective nga dito ng Heroic is try not to lose too many weapons. Instead, try to see if he can set up something that could, you know, kill multiple players na isang bagsakan lang agad. Pero, you know, OG taking their time.
Dexter's kind of quiet dito pa lang sa OG, and you gotta respect the man's playstyle. Contrast to like how Oppers try to grow into matches. You connect it to how Ninjas in Pajamas' Rez is with his calculated aggression. Si Dexter calculations lang. All brains, pero dito, ipag-push din Neo Frag, punished, galing dito sa long range angle na set-up ni Tessis. And a good nade, falters so much pressure dito sa OG Esports. Hirap na hirap, 30 seconds. Nandito yung AWP. Nice shot papunta kay Flames. Kasi si Dexter. Nandito yung P250. To trade it off immediately papunta dito kay KDN. So the push dito sa B site, it's inevitable. Habang may up and down combo ang ating Heroic. Config on top. And on top of OG ngayon. Another round para sa Heroic. A good defense. And they never got out of banana.
Yep, not much OG can do. It's a situation here at that point. At least they did get the op down, but it is quickly gonna get picked up. So one less rifle para dito sa Heroic, but I don't think it matters in the grander scheme of things para dito sa Heroic. Meron pa silang pera, meron pa silang utility. Nasa kanila pa yung op, so they're pretty much chilling in terms of one side of the map having that instant pressure galing nga dito kay KDN. And para naman sa OG, they have the exact same, but they're starting to lose some of their health bars here. Pero Javi, nakuha na nga si Nexa, but Josh will not get the frag dito kay Neo Frag. Really good swing galing sa kanya, insta-clearing itong Shadows area, but they do not have full control of A just yet. So instant reaction galing dito sa Heroic. Pero malalaman yata na OG na walang tao dito sa site. Pero Dexter, napakabilis with that AWP. 2v3 situation, once again. Not impossible para dito sa Heroic, pero mas smart yata na play na i-save na lang ang off dito.
Oo. And kanina pang nagpa-pop off si KD with that AWP. You gotta keep this man a little bit more money. Kailangan, nandun pa rin yung pondo for the next AWPs to come for the rounds. Kasi dito yung naging win con for at least Heroic ngayon for the past few rounds now, you give Cadian yung etong chance para mag-flourish yung AWP niya. And yung bawat banana push ng OG, hindi nagiging successful to actually recognize na minsan you have to have these clashes of uppers. Parang same lang yung ni-style Dexter compared to like Cadian in terms of upping, but yung upping ni Cadian is just remarkable. Consistent as of the even above average performance, and it's been like one of the prime foundations for Heroic's performance, and the round in particular kanina. Hindi siya exception at all. You just saw how much they needed to at least save yung AWP for the next round. At least this timeout also called out. Gives a little bit more space for Heroic to maybe clean up a bit, polish a little bit more dun sa defense natin. Lalo na dun sa switch in pacing para sa ating Heroic players. Kasi kanina sinasabi ko na they were doing these defaults, play for pick strategies. Now they switch up the tempo when it's another case of how Inferno can be pretty 50-50 for some attacking teams.
Yep. And I think nag-timeout na rin yung Heroic dito kasi they're kind of worried about yung kanilang CT side dito losing this much T rounds, to be fair. I think expecting Heroic at ang kanilang CT side dito, they would have at least thought that they would have gotten more deep sa game na to at this point. But, you know, OG finding some of these few mistakes na ginagawa dito ng Heroic. Of course, Config and Tessus is trying to get some control dito sa may banana area natin. Unfortunately, Neofrag was right in front. Grabe naman, kitang-kita yung dalawang players. As soon as they walk through that smoke, Neofrag has got them both in 4K, and now this is gonna force itong Heroic to just play on one side of the map. Hopefully, they do go B, pero hindi pala. OG has all their bases covered. And this na namang round, possibly, papunta dito sa OG.
I think the formula for OG ngayon, they took the brakes off. Default's not working. Let's just kick the tempo up again. Sama-sama pag-push doon sa banana. Pero hindi talaga doon yung focus kasi nag-pull lang tayo na rotation. Again, Heroic. Leaving a bit more space to work with para dito sa OG. You saw the hesitation swing out for Heroic kanina. Pag-flash galing dito, palang kay Fiku para masuportahan yung pag-entry nitong si Nexa tsaka ni Neofrag. Ang OG again on the cusp of getting yung equal amounts of round wins dito against Heroic, who again coming off of a very fresh victory pa lang dun sa fall final off the back of Yabi's stellar performance doon sa yung last Blast Premier final or last Premier event natin. Time he's getting the numbers up. He has the impact and is yet to actually shine through, pero this guy has a huge future and you could see it in the series later on.
Yep, 4-4 though, man. This is tough para dito sa Heroic. Not gonna lie, who were looking for more of this first half impact. But yeah, no, Heroic naman, they also have their tricks and, you know, their tricks and secrets dito nga sa kanilang T-side dito. So let's not underestimate them. But I think, you know, yung ideal scenario dito ng Heroic is to, you know, have somewhat of a lead dito sa kanilang CT side. Pero Cadian playing with a bit of fire and somehow is 1 HP na lang. Is gonna try and see if he can pass some of these nade seeds sa kanyang teammate before he does eventually fall. Pero Config instead doing the opposite. Binibigyan na lang dito kay Cadian. Cadian instead will stay dito sa may CT side this entire time. Config gonna be that moving piece dito sa B side. And ayun na, OG, they slow it down. They realize that there was a mistake made galing dito sa Heroic, so they're gonna try and see if they can psych them out a bit dito sa B side.
Making them a little angsty bago sila mag-full push doon sa B. Making them think twice kung tri-stack ba talaga yung gagawin natin dito. They have a boost. Tessus nandito on top para ma-surprise, ma-catch off. Lalo na if maglalagay ng smoke tong players ng OG. Two mollies to try to limit yung pag-push nila dito. Palang sa may B short pero sa sobrang lapit ng position sila. Ako, inevitable talaga. Nandito na yung push para sa OG. The flash is coming out. Man, the Mollies still doing their damnedest para ma-stop sila. Tesses with the good spray para makita si NeoFrag dito. It's a 4 versus 5. Suddenly becomes doable para dito sa OG pa rin. Tesses, good spray! Triple kill galing dito sa Heroic pero Fico plays at least binalik ito to the 3 versus 2. Spray out through the smoke. Shush. Oh, sobrang lapit pero nandito pa rin yung objective.
Damn. What a god flash there by Josh. Kulag yung lahat ng players dito sa may banana. Pero Kadian, gonna get crouch peeked on that AWP. Fico on a 1v2. Low dito si Josh. Jabby on 100. Pero kung nakita dito si Jabby, that's gonna be bad news. Josh is down. Jabby has been running. So alam ni Fico kung nasan siya manggagaling dito. And grabe naman yun. With the white peaks again and again and again galing dito kay Fico. Getting every single member dito ng Heroic and Heroic in shambles dito sa B-side because of this one guy. Grabe naman, they had the round in their hands but they did not expect si Fico to go huge.
He was really quiet when we started nung Inferno map natin. Pero this guy needed a bit more time para uminit. At ngayon sa clutch potential, pinakita, nag-deliver bigla nung siya pa lang yung nag-iisa dito for OG. Again, in that counter strafe, medyo na clutch off na lang itong Heroic. And at the same time, they also were relying on that flank that they had doon pa lang sa banana pero because they were also isolated, Fico just needed to look left and right bago siya mag-cross doon sa panalo niya dito for OG. So, 5th round para dito sa ating players ng Heroic. Only pistols to work with ngayon. Slow take na lang para hindi mabigyan ng chance ang Heroic to even breathe yung mga guns na meron ng OG. Para at least, diba, hindi nila makuha ng head-to-head ng mas fair at mas madali bago sila mag-push.
Eesh. Pero 54 seconds left on the clock. Meron silang minor banana control dito. So I think this is just gonna be a straight up B take. Galing dito sa OG. Smokes are gonna start to fly and gonna start to land dito sa B site. All the delay that you can make. Itong Heroic, man. I mean, at this point, Smoke and Mirrors are your only teammate at this point. And Flames is gonna find one. And Figo's gonna find one as well. Pero Config nasa loob ng Ecoms. Can he get away? Yes, he can, but only temporarily. Molotov lumipad. Nexa getting him through the wooden pane. And grabe naman. Heroic getting run over dito sa B-side. But it is only a pistol round. So not much Heroic can do unless they can play the Smoke and Mirrors game right. Pero, ayun na nga. Just OG securing the CT side. Even pushing itong Heroic 4-6. OG on their own map pick. Really starting things off hot dito sa kanilang first half. And if they can cap it off, no, like 8-4 or like, you know, somewhere around that ballpark siguro, no? 8-7, mga ganun, 9-6. I think that's fine para sa kanila. I mean, OG, especially itong si Dexter, is really good at CT side. So, I would expect itong OG to do some heavy damage. But, let's see, man. Heroic, they can counter very, very quickly dito sa game na to.
We can see it. We can see it happen. Good nade. Punta lang doon sa may mid-side. Again, the molly. Oh, the utility usage. Perfect para dito sa Heroic. Man, this is... OG cannot push. Yung banana control na kanina pa nila tinatry i-control. I mean, the slow pace, it's understandable. The pressure na nalalabas pa lang nitong si Config. So again, relies on the flash. Good frag. Papunta dito sa may banana. It's 5 versus 4. Forcing out yung OG bago pa sila makalabas ng banana. But a nade dunking on Dexter. Siya kanina yung may hawak ng AWP pero napakaaga ng exit ng AWP dito sa round na to for OG. So, 3 versus 5. Yung pag-control ng banana secured by Heroic. At yung OG, again, onto the A site. They have 3 players na kailangan nilang hanapin. But the short-range angles, volatile, I'd say.
Yeah, medyo mahirap na rin. Especially considering the angle that they want to take. Flames is trying to see if he can get a one-way dito sa may hay bales. Hindi nila alam kung may nakababa na at this point. And Nexa Not even anywhere close dito sa may A site natin. And yeah, not even a chance para dito kay Flames. OG a bit bloodied up dito sa may banana area natin. It was gonna save it on AK-47. Oh, even up dito ni Dexter. So it's not too bad para dito sa OG, but they could have gotten a lot more. Pero Heroic kind of cleaning up yung mistakes na nakikita natin from those past few rounds. Yung parang nakikita natin dito sa B.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about Config because he was like an interesting thing to bring up sa conversation since Town, yung nawala dito sa event na to due to like personal problems. He's like the highest rated player for Heroic and nasa isip ko, if Town is not gonna be in the event, parang magiging, I'd say, an impactful loss for Heroic if he's not playing in the event. But Config, in a lot of these rounds where they tried to OG tried to go for the banana control. Siya lagi yung nagiging prime factor kung bakit hindi na nakuha ng malinis at least. So him being on the Inferno map right now with Heroic, it's a pretty good fit so far, pero it's kind of too early to say.
Yep. There's no denying na na yung main weapon talaga ng Heroic is Town. So napakalaking kawalan talaga na he did not actually get to attend this event. Instead, it is going to be Config, and he does have those modes na he does become the main weapon of the team occasionally. Godfig, it does come out sometimes. It's just that how consistent can he make Godfig happen? Yun na talaga yung pinakamalaking problema dito ni Config, to be honest.
Na-imagine ko parang nalaman nila na si Town hindi pwede. So tinawag nila yung lalaki dun sa kanto para sumama sa suntukan din nila dito sa OG. Config.
God damn. wala pang halfway. Alam ko na yung sasabihin mo. Like, the entire sentence. I'm like, alright, this guy. This guy. Respect talaga.
Respect.
Yeah. Ganti ng ape, as you would say. Pero 35 seconds na lang natitira para dito sa OG. Na-push dito ang B. Pretty quiet round overall, no? Wala masyadong pakpakan between the dalawang squads natin. Figo at most down to 71 and Neofrag on 83, pero para naman si Heroic malinis, but Flash, everything is gonna go through. Neofrag is gonna get spotted dito sa may smoke, pero Jappy mawawalan agad ng buhay dito, and grabe naman, so bloody in the B side, pati si Flames na damay dahil dito kay Nexa, but I think that's gonna be fine. Numbers are adding up para dito sa Heroic, so OG just gonna decide to try and hunt some of these players. Meron pa naman sila onting pera dito sa pang ibang rounds. Fiku could ask for a drop in the next one, pero kung nawalan dito si Josh or si KD, and that's gonna be a big loss para dito sa Heroic.
I think it was OG, the same, it's the same up and down strat na ginagawa ng Heroic. Si Config tsaka si Tessus, I believe, dun sa up talks at saka yung first box na nasa loob ng B-site. It's the same strat. If ever that they don't give away or they don't get yung secure dun sa banana, they fall back. It's the same up and down combo. I think Flames at saka si Fuku, nakita nila, natelegraph na nila agad that they're gonna do the same thing again. So this time, the third time that they tried to fight off against this, they succeeded in penetrating through it this time dun sa B-site. And maybe they pull out something new in the strat book. I mean, for Heroic, their second time out, gotta be enough para makita kung meron pa ba tayo maibubuga dito sa B-side. Considering yung caliber ng team na to, pretty sure they do.
Yep. And second time out, not the best news palagi para dito sa side ng Heroic, pero OG, so far, I wouldn't say na-figure out na nila Heroic dito, that's for sure. Meron pa namang Heroic D-side, pero OG in a really good spot dito sa ating first half. And if they can even secure itong round na to, that's gonna cause a pretty bad scenario para dito sa Heroic in terms of their economy. Pero KDN does have the up though, a lot more impact dito sa ating mapa. And another switch around para dito sa side ng Heroic. It is KDN on mid, and he's gonna be Tessus finding his way dito sa ating B side alone. Pero, he's just there to get information para sa kanyang team. Hindi naman siya yung magko-commit all the way dito sa may banana area initially. He's just gonna be there to soak in some information, but he has to be careful. Nakaangat na yung mga ibang members dito na OG.
I mean, it's the same setup doon sa banana. First molly, tapos yung smoke na para malimit yung vision if lalabas nila to maybe contest sandbags on the way to the B site. But OG are smarter than this. Hindi sila magpa-full rush dahil Heroic have a lot of ways to set this up. Maybe the same strat on new box as well as doon sa may quad area. Or maybe just go for the long range angle and short range gunfight. Kung bait and switch lang yung kailangan para sa Heroic. But no, this time they switch things up. Again, they switch yung position ni Tesses for config now. They have the tri-stack dun sa A site. But it might be the early push again towards banana. But look at where the bomb is actually focusing towards. It's actually gonna be the latter. Baka wala silang crossfire na ma-set up doon pa lang sa may city. So, yung B, although heavily fortified, it's smoked off. Mawawala ng bisa if hindi nila mahanap si Tesses. And this positioning is huge for him.
Ooh, pero 80, oh my god, that's 3 down immediately para dito sa OG. Not even a single shot papasok dito sa ating site. Maybe those early reactions galing dito sa Heroic gonna start to pay off in some of these rounds. Grabe naman OG. I think maybe itong slow-paced na play na ginagawa nila is kind of forcing these bad scenarios. Wala na silang time para maka-rotate. So instead, they're just gonna be forced to go in dito sa ating site. And when I say Heroic strikes back really quickly, ito na nga yung sinasabi ko. They already figured out what can they do in that last round config. Maybe a bit too spicy of a push para sa kanya dito sa B site. But instead, he's gonna get 2 dito sa may banana area. Reducing itong OG down to 3. It's more of like 2 1/8. Kasi Dexter down to 11 HP. That's a tough one, man. It's just getting control dito sa may second mid. So that's gonna confirm itong B-side push. OG in a really bad spot dito sa round na to.
That's impact for you. Para dito kay Config. If we had doubts of him kanina, now they have been answered. Kung kanina pa sila nagtry kumuha ng banana, it's Config being that giant na maglalabas na nade, kukuha ulit ng multifrags. Kung hindi siya yung mag-aggress, siya yung magsusupport sa kung sino yung gusto mag-control with banana sa kasama siya. This time OG, trying to play their cards down. Ang problema nga lang, si Neofrag sana yung magandang i-invest dito. Kaya si Nexa kung kailangan nyo ng entry. Now, you need to rely on dito kay Dexter who's really low on HP. Also has to consider yung amount of HP or yung amount of like members na pwede nilang kunin dito sa push nila. They also got like that quad setup as well as yung ating crossfire. Kahit na smoke off, sure enough, they can just push out of that. So OG are not in the most comfortable of spots para makuha yung B site natin dito. Might even concede the round entirely kung gusto nilang i-cut yung losses nila. Maybe save up 3 of the AKs. I think at this time it's kind of worth the investment considering how expensive that round is for them.
Yeesh, man. OG. I mean, di nila in-expect na config would literally just run in dito sa may banana area natin and just go for a jump peek dito sa may half wall and then all hell just broke loose dito sa may banana. Grabe naman.
He doesn't do it dry. He actually opens it up with the nade and then perfect angle then. It's not an off angle, but it's the type of angle that you're confident to take fights in. I think that's just how the type of player Config is kahit doon pa lang sa Astralis days niya where he could like ego everything tapos minimal punishment. He already is punished but he got what he wanted anyway. So again, another display of why Config could be a really good fit into Heroic kahit wala dito si Stun.
Yep. You heard it here first. Chris said config does not like it dry. So, yun na nga. Heroic. 7-7. I mean, it's not good. It's not bad at the same time considering Inferno yung mapa natin dito. OG, Neofrag does have the Deagle. Nexa does have the P250. I've seen them win with way worse dito sa mapa na to. So, I would expect Heroic to still be a lot careful than usual. KD yan. Ako, it's spicy. One person just popping out of Mexi. He did hit that shot last time na may tao dun. So, OG does have to be careful in using that trump card to say the least. Pero, yeah, I mean, Heroic, di naman sila gumagamit ng mga nades masyado dito. Instead, it is gonna be mostly OG just trying to see if they can gain some space.
Di na kailangan ng nades kasi sila yung mismong sasabog sa mukha ng mga taong papasok doon sa may banana pa lang. Heroic, again, playing the passive game, again, reacting to OG. Now try to focus all of their chickens doon sa may mid-side itself. Flames, again, who has been the NG fragger for OG, but so far, not so good para sa ating young player. Para sa OG Esports natin. Banana now again. A lot of control for OG, but Config stands into the gates of hell. Dito sa ating pagpush sa B-side. Config with that first blood. Napakalapit ni Tesis dito sa daming players ng OG. Pero pagkalabas ng smoke na overwhelmed, walang nagawa si Tesis sa dami nang nag-push doon sa smoke pa lang. So they give away the site itself. But what about that nade from Kadian from downtown? Nilabas ang nades. 3 points galing pa lang dito sa Heroic. At pagpasok doon sa B-side, ubos agad ang OG.
Yeah, I was wondering why bakit si Nexa yung nagpa-plant dun sa situation na yun. And I mean, he was down to 37 HP. I don't think they were thinking at the time that a nade was available on the other side, but they're literally 2 players from the A side incoming with full nades in their belt. So I think I would expect that play to happen at most of the time. Pero yun na nga, 8-7, not too bad galing sa OG. Not too good galing dito sa Heroic considering it is Heroic, but once again, yun nga yung main weapon nga nila na si Stown is not here, so maybe they are looking a bit weaker than usual, pero you know, they're still Heroic. They're still that team that won the recent tournament, so let's not sleep on the team just yet. Pero OG, I mean, this is their map pick, so if they can get itong Inferno, then at least try to make it competitive dito sa Mirage, then definitely that could be something, could be an opportunity para dito sa OG. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. It's gonna be very dependent dito sa second half, no? Kasi itong second half na to is gonna be kind of a glimpse on how Mirage is gonna go para sa dalawang team natin dito.
Punta din tayo sa kasi hindi nag-workout yung Mirage para sa kung sino mananalo sa first map natin, eh, no? You gotta give a lot of credit to Heroic, even though that they are giving away the first half with a lot more rounds to work with dito sa OG. It's still considerable to the fact that they are still coming in with a stand-in, fresh out of, I want to say, semi-retirement, parang may break, kumbaga. Itong Heroic, maybe not the cleanest of starts, but still gotta know that they did have back-to-back finals from 2 major events this year. Back in Rio, where they lost the final against Outsiders, but a really impactful showing pa lang doon sa Rio. And where they also won fall final, where, man, it was just Yabi's night all throughout. He's still the man dito. He's still being that consistent force for Heroic, where he has always become that lurker. Especially doon sa city side natin, where he hasn't found too much impact doon sa pag-cut off ng rotation pa lang, since laging magkasama yung ating OG whenever that they would do mostly banana control. But at moments where they need him to count, Yabi has delivered. And I wouldn't expect him not to deliver this time dito sa series, especially with how Config has been doing his damnness. Although he has the most amount of frags, he's been doing the most amount of support para dito sa Heroic, where Kadian has always been popping up with the AWP. We knew that he can do that anyway. But Config has been so impactful. Pero dito sa OG, a little bit of a taste of what they can expect dito sa series natin. I think medyo nanlamig yung ibang mga players natin. Especially itong si Dexter, where I kind of wanted to highlight him being one of the standouts din for OG. But since they did start on T side, the AWP didn't shine that much anyway. Not given a lot of spotlight. So baka dito sa CT side, maglabas yung init nitong si Dexter.
Yep. Considering, like, looking back on how the year has been para dito sa side ng Heroic, it's just been like nothing outside of top 4. You know, isang outside of the top 4 lang siguro, like from an odd tournament siguro, maybe at ESL. Pero other than that, it's just been top 4 finishes para dito sa side ng Heroic. Entering itong online era natin and exiting back into the LAN times. It's nice seeing there's a team that is consistent as Heroic. But yeah, it seems like titignan natin if they're just as consistent even though they have config on their team. Malay mo, they could still be just as strong. Pero OG looking to kind of defy yung predictions ng most of people had dito sa ating series. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, the odds cannot be ever favorable para sa OG this time around. Considering yung naging mga wins or yung mga achievements ng Heroic this time, 2022 has been a Cinderella story for them, especially for KDN who nakuha niya yung ending niya doon sa fall final pa lang. Pero ngayon, trying to cement his legacy, making 2022 his year for Heroic. This time, they got a very good start. I'd say an average start para sa Heroic against OG who now have the work cut out for them dito sa city side. A site now being the focus. I love the setup dito para sa OG. You got the double crossfire, a quad fire. Doon pa lang sa may A shot. Maglalabas sila dito, they need to control yung mga short range angles. But it's kind of impossible unless they have the flashes set up dito pa lang galing kay KDN, but they also have to be ready for it. Double push, double peek para dito sa Heroic, no? It's the shot from Flames that actually puts a little bit of damage dito kay Tessis. Eventually will fall. Frag Dexter, they take 3 frags for themselves. As long as OG keep the spot going, it's impossible for Heroic to push into A site itself. Yabi alone, a 1v4. Nag-block lang. Tinatry isolate yung angles dito. At least nakuha niya si Frag, pero ice cold. Itong positioning pa lang ng players ng OG with Flames putting that last nail in the coffin for Heroic that round to equalize dito sa ating second half.
Yep, nothing too complicated dun sa hold na yun, to be fair. It's just a straight up A-hold na Heroic just ran into at this point. So, ayun nga, it's just them just tapping away. Everyone's attention is all over the place. Nakakuha nga sila ng isa, but the chains were not right para dito sa side ng Heroic. And yeah, OG with a good start dito sa kanilang CT side. Heroic, hopefully, they do not fall apart dito sa kanilang T side, but down would really be a big help right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So mga ganitong force buys.
He's ever so aggressive, no? Parang naging shell of their former selves. This time though, Heroic, bigla ko na lang kinain yung mga sinabi ko ngayon. Now config on fire, pushing in. B-site, again, swarming with so many players of Heroic this time around. Frag and Fiku, they botched yung attempt nila doon sa banana control. Flames tried to keep everything off. A comeback in the making. Nakadalawa si Flames, si Dexter bumalik, pero si Tessis 3 kills in the round. Si Nexa na lang 1v3, napaka-late sa party pero nagdala ng drinks itong Heroic pag-push doon sa B-side.
Dang. That is a tough one. Para dito sa para dito sa OG, not gonna lie. I mean, what's the incentive of going for the push? Dito sa may banana side natin, there's practically nothing other than reducing some numbers. Pero ayun nga, I mean, they tried to end this round quick para hindi makakuha man lang ng kahit anong upper hand itong Heroic, but instead the opposite happened. Dito sa may B side, Heroic were just waiting for a mistake. Galing dito sa OG. I mean, even with the force buys, they know that they can get some impact going dun sa round na yun. So the patience did pay off para sa kanila dun. And 9-8, Heroic now with the lead sa kanilang T side. Just like I said, man, they have their own tips and tricks up their sleeves. So maybe if they can pull it out at this time, especially considering T side na nga sila dito. OG gonna be force buying their force buy, pero Dexter does get itong si config, but is that the right information?
Nah, I mean, it could be faked out. It could be false information fed into the loving arms of OG, pero Frag at saka si Flames, they salvaged kung ano yung natira dito sa round na to. Kung kanina they were struggling to even hold off yung pag-push doon sa B. This time, they proved everyone wrong. This time, Yabi, alone in a 1v5. It was their forced buy to try to capture yung OG dito sa round na to. Pero since this cross doon pa lang sa may A-short didn't really pay off entirely, Yabi in a very difficult spot sa 1v5 natin. Smoke at para at least malimit yung vision natin for OG. Doon pa lang sa may position natin. Flames has a bit of that info because of the jump peak. So Yabi is just forcing off as much util as he can before siya magko-commit doon sa pag-push ng smoke. Napakaganda ng timing ni NeoFrag. Paglabas pa lang doon, nakita niya si Yabi. Tumingin sa smoke bago pa man siya mamatay dun sa one tap. And it's a good gunshot here from Dexter that started it off.
Yep, and I think I have no idea why he just stood right in front of yung corner spot natin dito. I think he was just waiting for his teammate. You know, I think he knew that he was there. It's just that iniisip pa niya pa yata yung next call galing sa kanyang teammate dito, and that moment's hesitance, man. Grabe naman, Heroic. Peek agad dito sa may Archer side natin. And unfortunately, you know, the timing wasn't right para dito sa side ng Heroic. OG had no hesitation at all dito sa may Archers natin. With those Ds, with those FAMASas, my friend. And na force buy dito. So now there's gonna be another force buy happening para dito sa Heroic.
Forception.
Well, but this is gonna be tough sa unang team na mag-break dito sa sequence to. I mean, you spent so much cash to get, you know, an exchange of rounds, pero pag nawala na, or as soon as one of the ecos, it's gonna be a very tough one to get back into. Parang nagbibigay ka ng dos dito.
Oh. Parang you're running in with like half a shoe. And then baka mawala pa yung half na shoe na yun pagka naglalakad ka. Dahil you're risking yourself like a huge walk. While OG, they're still chilling with a lot of money. Flames to find 4 people. Paglabas pa lang doon sa may short. A good shot din by Tessus, the entry to get a double kill. To A site. Still possible pag naharap nila si Nexo with the spray dito sa double kill. But Yabi, pagkalabas pa lang ng apps na deny agad yung IGL for OG Esports. Pero he's low on HP. 12 para sa 1 versus 2 dito. But NeoFrag again delivers para ma-deny yung 1 versus 2 clutch ni Yabi.
Yup, huge ganing dito kay Nexa on that hold dito sa may mini pit area natin. Grabe naman, Heroic. The numbers weren't there para sa side nila, and OG, they get the lead back off of a really well-played setup dito sa may A site natin. And Heroic gonna be forced to go for that eco. So just like I said, man, parang nagbigay ng dos dito, and it seems like OG are about to get another one on the board. Heroic gonna have to think about kung anong gagawin nila dito sa ating next few rounds. Pero OG, you know, bit less effort galing sa side nila to go all the way to 16.
This time, it's just a death march for Heroic kasi isang round na lang para ibigay for OG at this point. It's the inevitable, but if they can at least deal a bit of damage, make the armor buy a bit more expensive, maybe have Dexter fall para ma-force another buy into the round for OG, then it's a bit of impact. It's not enough para makuha yung round, pero what a shot. Papunta dito kay Config. NeoFrag at least to even capitalize on his low HP. 3 versus 5. Nandito si NeoFrag. Nandun pa lang sa banana. Hawak na hawak niya. Para dito sa OG. Heroic with their slow tempo. Binigay na lang ulit yung round. Maybe to at least contest itong short position natin. Another crossfire set up for OG to try to support yung long-range angle itong si Dexter. Nakita niya yung dalawa na-cross, but Flames nandito to support the short range. The crossfire just working out for OG. Low effort. Another round because of the eco of Heroic.
There it is. 5 rounds left para dito sa OG for that game on Upset Plus. That's gonna secure their own map pick and go into Mirage with, you know, some confidence.
Yeah.
Galing dito sa side ng OG, and especially considering how good some of these players are pagdating nga dito sa ating Mirage na map, that could possibly be a big threat para dito sa Heroic. But, Kadian though, nakuha na si Fiku agad. I think that was a through the smoke shot. So a good start para dito sa side ng Heroic. They got one of the defenders down pero magiging 2-2 split na lang ang dalawang sides ng ating mapa. Dexter with the op, he could definitely instantly create a lead para sa kanyang team, but I think Heroic is just playing within their means na they just want to push the issue sa isang side ng mapa then see what happens dito sa kabila.
I think it's smart that they leave out one doon sa A site kasi look at the positioning from the two players of Heroic. Si Tessa at saka si Yabi na naghahawak kamay papunta doon sa may A. Try to lurk on through, give another option para sa Heroic, but this will all fall apart if Dexter can hit the shot. Amoy na amoy yung jump peak natin from Heroic if they do want to cross, but at least this smoke gives Config a bit of cover before he can maybe give away space doon sa may A site dahil nag-rotate na. Oh, this is perfect. Flames is giving away the A site. And Heroic, they have a free shot of getting this A site. They even control Arch. This is perfect talaga. Pag lumabas dito si Tessus at saka si Yabi, naku po, magwawala dito ang control ng Heroic with 2 shots. Galing dito kay Flames. It's a double. In a 3 versus 3, A site open. They can take it all for free.
Ooh, even Josh. He's gonna get 1, pero Dexter is gonna get 2. Kadian. Bomba wala sa kanyang kamay dito, and OG, they're gonna extend the lead, man. They are gonna extend the lead. Heroic 9-12 despite a really good start dito sa ating round. They could not capitalize. Dexter on that AWP. Grabe naman yun. I mean, Kadian, that was a good first shot galing sa kanya dito, but the rest of Heroic just fell apart after itong play ni Flames.
That was weird. Kasi feeling ko, off of that, they would have known that the A side would have been a good push. Pero Flames was just impactful. Again, controlling that arch position. Heroic were not able to rotate on down. They had the bomb in their sights, but the A site, nag-overpush doon sa may arches. And again, Flames, nawala yung mga players ng Heroic paglabas pa lang doon sa may mid. It's a double kill for Flames dito. And again, a crossfire setup. Flames with Nexa, but Neofrag na kanina pag nagpupush sa Banana. Slicing them up like butter. They're on fire. OG with another round. And the Heroic losing on tempo yet again. Nawala agad yung timing and their hesitation is gonna cut them off.
Yep, I think that just might be, I wouldn't say it's a game over yet para dito sa Heroic. They still have 2 timeouts dito, but it feels like it is the beginning.
Can I say no? Can I say no?
OG looking for the jugular dito sa ating game. But it is still quite the long 3 rounds. Especially pag kalaban yung Heroic dito. They're gonna at least make it last as long as possible. Pero titignan pa natin, man. I mean, Heroic on T-side, just like I said, they have their own tricks, pero they're not known for their T-side for a reason. And OG, you know, mas favorable yata sila dito sa kanilang CT side dito. And especially considering, you know, how they usually play itong Inferno. CT side is gonna be a welcome thing para sa side nila. And yeah, Heroic, not the best situation para sa kanila dito. But if it's a team to do it, it is definitely Heroic. But OG gonna look for that very quick finish. Di nila pwedeng palagpasin ng 11 at least itong Heroic.
It's an endurance test. Kung kanina, it's a show of first impressions para dito kay Config. Ngayon, he has to endure yung trials na nilalabas ng OG ngayon. Now, they're laying down the barrel. Push nila doon sa short? No, it's not as free as it usually is. Stan was here. Napakadali lang para sa kanya sa pag-entry. Pero this time, now they're relying on perfect setup, yung utility. Yung banana na pwedeng makuha agad ng Heroic. But OG have been doing wonders para ma-stop ito. Dexter again with the AWP. A good molly, but it doesn't really stop his angle. What a shot. A flash from Fiku as well. Collaboration in set para sa OG. Paying off directly para sa panalo ng OG so far sa ating first blood. Neofrag with the kill of his own. A second from Dexter, meaning that Heroic are not able to even get that banana control rolling. At kahit nandito din yung lurk nitong si Yabi, he's sandwiched by 2 players of OG. He does not have good chances. Si Kadian na lang at tumatakbo na lang with the AWP. Well, no, it's the rifle as well as yung ating bomb. So, another round for OG. Isa na lang, pwede na lang makuha yung map point at a good start sa kanilang best of 3. And this was the map pick of Heroic. I mean, it's not their strongest map, but it's kind of disappointing.
Yeah, I would expect itong Heroic to have a lot of a better performance considering that it is Inferno.
Nice. Keep it up.
It is one of their better maps sa kanilang mga map pool dito. But yeah, it seems like OG were just a lot more ready dito sa ating game. And once again, the OG players just being this brave despite na Heroic yung kalaban nila dito is catching itong Heroic off guard. That first flash gani kay Fiku gave confidence dito kay Dexter to peek itong banana, but the second peek was just all him at that point.
But it's good call with Heroic. Let's go. Yeah.
And it is just one of those rounds where just get run over and you're just gonna wonder what happened pagkatapos. And OG, yun na nga, 2 rounds away from getting that first map galing dito sa Heroic. Mirage is gonna be a lot harder, that's for sure. Pero yeah, OG with a bit of confidence, especially considering kung paano naglalaro yung baka ibang players dito. I mean, even who's 9-11 right now had that really insane capacity na. So yeah, I would expect OG to have a good time then sa Mirage, but it really depends on your setup dito ng Heroic. And it could look really drastically different.
I like that they don't want to commit yung pag-control nila dun sa top mid. Give it away and maybe we can have a better defense doon sa may short, but at least Yabi will get that 1 for 1. A good shot from Dexter, it's not enough. They still have their eyes focused doon pa lang sa may A position natin. As a spray from Flames, at least he got a bit of damage set towards Shush. A good nade para makuha yung damage kay Yabi, pero ultimately binigay pa rin yung bomb plant dito sa Heroic. Retake scenario gonna be put forward para sa OG Esports. Hinihintay na lang yung pag-set up para dito kay Heroic. Pagkuha ng post plant dito, could be a double stack para man lang makuha yung running boost. Maybe even limit yung movement nun si Kadian bago sila makapag-push.
That's a great molly.
That's a good molly. Oh my god, they pushed him away. Eagle finds Kadian. Biglang napagpasok ang players ng Heroic. Config with a double. Yabi to even get his own. And it all started with a good nade, a good molly papunta kay Kadian, who is that prime factor na pag-limit sana yung pag-push doon pa lang sa may ilong.
Yep. I think, yeah, I thought yung better play there probably was to just try and see if you can contain itong Heroic sa loob ng site mismo and then have them all die to the bomb. But yeah, unfortunately, as soon as nakita nila si Kadian was dying to that molly, activate na sa utak nila, we can go for the retake, man. Pero yun lang. Crossfire was too good dito sa side. Kadian hitting that shot dito kay Neofrag. And this could be the possible Heroic comeback that we're kind of used to seeing. But OG still 4 strong. We've seen them win with a lot less before, no? So hindi natin pwede i-doubt itong OG. Even though 4 lang sila dito. But Heroic has to be careful. They do not want to choose sites immediately dito sa ating game. Kasi nga pag napapili sila agad dito sa B, then meron 3 members dito na OG, then there's gonna be big damage if they cannot find these players immediately.
What a good usage of the molly. Doon pa lang sa may pit area. Man, I could really feel yung pagluto nitong kay Kadian. At least they got the round though. They got the push doon sa may B. Banana not controlled by the players of OG. 1 tap galing dito kay Nexa. Finally finding config, but Shush and Tessis, mga riflers ng Heroic, trade it all off. Ang ganda din ng nade galing dito kay Nexa. Tessis is down, a 2 versus 3. Yung OG, they already successfully defended yung B site, forcing Heroic to even rotate on down to A site. Yabi, kanina pang kinakall na walang tao sa A, dito lang tayo. Plant ng bomba.
Yep, that's what I was saying, man. Heroic does not want to overly commit to one site, especially tong si Yabi is just looking for the opportunity dito sa kabila, and para dito sa OG, they're kind of desperate to rotate some members at that point kasi nga nawalan sila na member at the start of the round. And yeah, Heroic Displayed the overall situation well. Alam nila meron silang numbers advantage. Kind of push and pressure dito sa may B side, forcing the rotation galing sa A. And just have Yappy secure the rest of the side. Pero KTN with that opening dito kay Neofrag, man. OG.
Sunglasses.
Yep. OG's hindi naman na masyado silang sanay, pero medyo nasanay na sila playing with the advantage for the past few rounds. So, yeah, they need to get another one and then just play off of that. Yun na naman, that early advantage. Even though they die at the start of the round, that's still, you know, what could have been a one-man advantage para sa kanila.
I respect the proactiveness though. Kasi they recognize na kapag they give away yung free banana control, then kapag nagkakapalit yung tempo for Heroic, then Tessus is just gonna entry on in. No problem. Even though they don't have stun, they still have yung world-class riflers ng Heroic. Kaya kapag hindi nila na neutralize yung dalawang yun, edi yung OG makukuha na makukuha, no? Slowly but surely makakapaghabol ang Heroic ngayon. And again, you did mention that eventual comeback that, yes, goes back to what I said, the endurance test for Heroic ngayon. It's a stand-in, but it's still huge results across the board. A change-up, a switch-up para dito sa Heroic. Again, tested against OG, who still pretty close into closing out this first map pa lang, pero oh man, this is shaping up to be a really good best of 3. So far, yung ganda ng performance itong si Nexa, Johnny Flames, something that you would expect from these two, from OG, being the two oldest in the, I'd say, experienced in the roster, but Heroic have their work cut out for them so far. Still looking pretty good, just not as good as I'd expect them out to be.
Yep. But Heroic though, I mean, they already got 11, so that's already a good start para sa kanila.
I don't know.
Yeah, pwede na, that's for sure. Pero OG, they need to find something before, you know, it gets a bit too spicy. Need to side ng Heroic, you know, they can also just randomly start fragging dito sa ating game. But OG definitely playing it a lot more safe on both ends of the spectrum. Pero si Dexter lang ang mag-isa dito sa V, so definitely Heroic has noticed some bad habits galing dito sa side ng OG. But yep, masanay tayo dito, man, is just poking and prodding galing dito sa Heroic until a reaction is gained galing sa isang side ng ating map. And that's not the reaction that they were looking for. Flames, nakuha na rin si Tessus dito sa may mid side, and Josh is gonna go down. Jappy's gonna go down as well. And then yun na nga, that patience galing dito sa OG, sabi din Nexa, let's all wait in a corner. And pag meron nangyayari dito sa B, someone will run para tulungan itong si Dexter. But that kill dito kay Config, man. And no other person was coming dito sa B side. So, wala talaga movement galing dito sa OG from the CT side.
No, although they got like a plan rolling, diba? Like yung usual nilang strat where they plant at least one player that was config dun sa banana. Already neutralized kasi Dexter, he just read it perfectly na there would at least be one player, if not the whole stack doon pa lang sa banana. And since lagi na lang naging game plan ng OG is to fortify yung crossfire doon pa lang sa may A long plus yung A short patio, and it's not broke talaga for them. They don't need to fix anything for OG. This time, for Heroic, it's possibly one round to give away para dito sa OG para ma-end yung ating Inferno map. At, you know, again, going back to the home of Heroic, Mirage is coming up to play. Flash is out doon pa lang sa may top mid. At bigla na lang silang tumakbo papunta doon sa may apps. It's an A-site push looking to happen para dito sa Heroic. Pero with a minute to work with dito, they have a lot more options. At baka A-site na lang yung lalabas na paglabanan dito.
Yep. 44 seconds. So tapos si Nexa na andito sa may balcony area natin. That's not gonna be good news. Ito nga yung sinasabi ko.
Triple.
If you cannot find that balcony player, that is basically game over para sa waterfall nyo. Arcadian on 69 HP. And what can he do, brothers? Not much. And we're gonna miss para dito kay Arcadian. And first map going in the way of OG. Okay. Underdog betters natin. Pretty happy, that is for sure. OG taking that first map, pero yun nga, it is the map pick of OG. I wouldn't say I expected it na maging ganitong one-sided considering Inferno nga yung map natin, but ayun nga, OG taking that first one.
Yeah. It's not the strongest T-side para sa heroic natin, which usually naman nakikita natin sila mag-thrive on maps like Mirage. So maybe not their most comfortable showings. Considering then, you have to realize that they don't have like their usual setup din naman, since config is also like a big part. Well, not the biggest part. It's actually Stown who was the biggest part of yung gameplay lagi ng heroic, where he's usually the world-class rifler para sa ating full Danish squad. And I like that OG approached this with just cool, calm collectiveness. Even though naging close yung laban natin, it was just full-on retakes that they wanted to claim back yung site kung saan nagplant yung heroic. It was full-on display of how to actually push on through, or when to actually push on through before you can aggress on. Parang calculated, kumbaga. And it's all on how Nexa has been purposely calling yung calmness ng ating OG squad. Whereas heroic, you could say the same thing, but config adding a bit more fire into the loving, calming arms of heroic squad. It's a bit of spiciness that you wouldn't expect na it would sound good. Pero so far, it's not really the best of showings in our Inferno map, where yes, it's not like the best map para sa heroic, pero malaki pa rin yung naging expectations natin considering their previous showings sa last two tournaments natin. And against OG, who are the underdogs of these series, man, it's a good start. But for the second map, where they're also facing up against heroic and their, I'd say, home map of Mirage, it's a huge thing to work up against. But you could say the same thing for heroic, which have a lot of pressure on their shoulders dito.
Yep. Of course, you know, being heroic, they have the crown. So nasa kanila talaga yung pressure dito sa pagka-perform in this tournament, and especially considering that it is Blast, it is their tournament to defend, no, to say the least, and at least cap of the year na heroic pa rin ang panalo dito. But being down 0-1 is not the best look, of course, at the very end of the day dito sa map number 1. So yeah, that is it for map number 1. Once again, shout out to rivalry.com/luponto.xc for up to $200 deposit bonus if you want to bet dito sa ating map number 2. Either it is gonna be OG capping it off dito sa map 2 natin on Mirage, or is it gonna be heroic getting their map pick, and are we gonna see our first glimpse into Anubis dito sa ating map number 3? We'll just have to wait and see. So guys, do not go anywhere. It is still the official Filipino broadcast and Blast Premier World Final all the way in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, we'll be right back.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
At welcome back mga kaibigan sa Blast Premier World Final Day 1 doon sa Abu Dhabi, kung saan nandito pa rin tayo sa best of 3 between Heroic versus OG ngayon, where OG have actually upset them in the map of Inferno at magtutuos tayo sa Mirage, kung saan ang Heroic nakapag-championship win na dito. 2 beses doon sa EPL at saka sa ano nga pangalan, yung World Final, hindi ba, yung Fall Final I believe. Blast pala.
It's the other final. Yeah, it's the other final. And then meron tayo world final. Yeah, medyo magulo, pero you know, a win is a win either way. Pero yun na nga, man. I mean, Mirage. I don't know about Mirage, man. To be fair, I mean, Heroic to mahirap is Town, pare, no? I mean, without Town, to be fair, I mean, wala kayong secondary op presence that you could possibly have. Tapos wala pa kayong, how do you say this? Wala kayong biglang parang merong nawawala sa Heroic. Wala yung that one guy that can just pop off para sa kanilang team. Which, in this day and age, in this meta of Counter-Strike, kailangan yun. And I feel like itong OG, yung with the way that they're made, parang sila yung lumang mouse, as you would say. Yung parang mouse in their earlier stages. So, you know, that could happen at any time. Pare sa OG, pare kay Flames, kay Dexter, kay Neofrag, and kay Fico. And we saw some glimpses of it kanina dun sa Inferno. So, if it was any map na magpo-pop off yung mga players dito, it is gonna be Mirage. Pero mag-bet pa ba tayo direct? Bet na. Bet. Okay, 500 all in OG.
OG. Lang, sige. Well, just to remind everybody na meron tayong we have a sponsor, si Rivalry, already underflowing yung ating bet ngayon para sa OG. I also agree. You can also use yung ating promo code LUPONWXE para magkaroon ka ng up to 10,000 pesos on your first deposit. Huwag niyo kalimutan mag-bet responsibly, mga kaibigan. Para, kung may winnings kayo, at least you don't lose as much as you would have dito. So I feel like ko map 2 winner natin. I feel like Heroic to para sa akin.
Sige. Okay.
All in natin to. I don't know. I just feel comfortable with how they played sa Mirage nila. So mga past events nila natin. They won their championships on both Mirage. Actually on Mirage on both the fall final. At wala na sinabi ko kanina. Tsaka doon sa EPL kung saan sila nag-champion. Yung yung KDN clutch, tanda mo ba yun? That aggressive KDN clutch, yung 1v4 with the P250, yung akala natin imposible pero nangyari. It was on Mirage. And I swear, sana magkaroon ng graffiti si KDN dahil doon sa clutch na yun. But, man, you can't have everything talaga.
Depends. Yeah, it really depends. Ang tanong, can you replicate the same dito sa ating mapa? We'll just have to wait and see. So, ayun na nga. As we do see them, map number 2. Pag nanalo yung Heroic dito, we go into Anubis. Pag nanalo yung OG, they go 2-0 in the group stage. And OG already being up 1-0. Heroic, they need to recover here, man.
I think yung pinag-uusapan natin about config, I think he's more of a selfish player comparing to Stan, who's always like willing to be selfless, give that support to team. Although he is like one of the highest rated riflers para dito sa Heroic. You could feel his presence not really around. While config, he's the one who's stepping up in terms of like how he can carry his team with his most amount of frags. At the NG as well. A double kill galing kay config. Paglabas pa lang nila sa A main, nandoon yung pag-open up niya agad ng site. NeoFrag already finding Cadian before he could find control over the jungle. And because of that very late push by Heroic, this gives Dexter enough time to even go for the flank. Pero Shush immediately shuts it off.
With a Glock too, man. That's a tough one. Shush, if he died, that would have been a possible retake. Para dito sa side ng OG. Pero OG just gonna decide to back off in the B side. Tesses missing the B short jump. Happens to the best of us. Pero, ayun na nga. In OG, what can you do at this point? Neofrag has everything and anything para sa kanyang team. Does he have enough bullets? Oh, jumping into the pit. Not the best idea. 2 flashes and a defuse kit was out. Pero yun lang.
Labas na siguro yung pliers. Labas yung pliers dun sa defuse kit na tapos batuhin niya dito siguro.
Bato na yung poke kit at that point. Sayang yun, to be fair. I mean, if Dexter got that frag dito kay Josh, they still had the defuse kit para dito kay Neofrag. That would have been something, but unfortunately, we do have, you know, Heroic on that classic A push. And Neofrag though, kuha agad si Cadian, maybe a bit too spicy for the IGL himself.
Bit too fast. Considering yung binigay niya agad na gun dito, papunta sa OG. Good shot from Neofrag. I think he was aware that the cat push was happening anyway. So I feel like that leap of faith that he took, you miss all the shots you don't take nga din naman. So malay mo, he followed din ni Nexa. Yung same principle. Molly para at least ma-cut off yung kanyang pag-push doon. Yung right reposition na pa rin niyang kunin. Pero ang bilis ng pagkuha ni Yabi tsaka ni Shush ng kills dito. Neofrag again with his deagle. Very trusty but not enough against Yabi, who does find him in the 3 versus 2 scenario. Nilabas dito for OG. Heroic again. It's a pretty tight push doon sa may B side pero a little bit damaging, especially with the 1 taps from Fico and Neofrag. But they still get it done. But at the very least, 3 guns fallen from the hands of Heroic. Nakapangat-apat pa nga.
Oh, nah. Pero sayang yun, to be fair. I mean, I like yung position dito ni Chappy, no? Being in the convenience store the entire time. Just perusing dito sa may right side para hindi makuha ni Fiku ang AKs, ang mga Gadil, and even the SG, which would have been a disaster to say the least in the hands of Nexa. He is quite known para sa baril na yun. Pero Heroic, lot of damage dito sa mga rounds natin. 2-0. And maybe this is the Mirage that we expected, no? Galing sa side nila. I mean, starting things off very hot dito sa ating T side. But now OG, nothing to buy dito sa ating 3rd round. That 2nd round buy was brutal para sa side nila. But now they're gonna be forced eco. I mean, some upgraded pistols pero wala masyado magagawa dito unless Dexter can get something cheeky with that knife pag tumalon dito si Cadian.
He's smarter than that though. Yeah, he could be running into a USP pero spray na lang ni Cadian kaso he falls out of grace. Binigay agad yung Mac 10 at Dexter. Tamang smoke na lang para ma-hide yung position niya. If you don't push sa apps, you're gonna be trapped into that. But Fiku, what a shot galing dito sa Deagle para makatch off doon si Tessis and Shush as well to get his own frag. OG are approaching this round with a balanced amount of aggression plus yung sarili nilang ingenuity. So parang yung heroic, yung pag-take ng back picks dito, it's a good indicator na hindi sila all over dito sa map na to. But this tri-stack on B, this could mean everything for OG, but that's if heroic bite.
Yep. 38 seconds to decide. Para dito sa heroic, saan pa talaga sila pupunta dito? Bomb is with Jabby, so I think this is gonna stay dito sa ating B-side. Molotovs, everything is gonna start to come through. Fiku with the first peek, pero nandito na si Neofrag in and around the corner. Is gonna get itong si Config, but is gonna get tagged up in the process as well. Jabby, ako po, Molotov papunta sa may truck. That's definitely gonna clear one, but is it gonna clear two? Flames, yun lang. Nakuha nga si Jabby, pero hindi niya makukuha ang final player para dito sa heroic. Pretty close round despite it being an eco, no? Para dito sa side ng OG. I mean, 5 upgraded pistols. Got them 1 player left alive para dito sa heroic, but this is a 3rd round buy. So heroic, wala silang problema dito in terms of that economy.
Yun yung pinakamalaki nilang kailangan, yung kailangan nilang gawin, di ba? At least damage. Dahil dun sa eco round na nakuha pa nila. They could be grateful with 4 picks. They could have run away with a 5th. Another round to put on the board para sa OG or yet to even get anything. Lalo dun sa first buy na ginawa nila dun sa second round. So, considering that this buy round is one of the first to have that chance to get that first round on the board for OG, yung positioning nitong yung mga anchors for B, si Nexa, tsaka itong si Neofrag, could mean everything. But that is if they push too far dun sa apps. But I also like that Tessus is still hanging around dun sa may mid, just considerably putting a lot of util. Maybe to even make noise kung doon nga ba sila magpupush, or maybe at least to take space. Map control being one of the focal points for Heroic's T side, pero they're still playing this cautiously. It's kind of respectable considering yung positioning dun sa may A side din.
45 seconds para dito sa side ng OG. Not that much time really, no? Para sa OG na makapasok dito. Luto nga lang dito si Neofrag. Big Molotov to clear itong apartment side natin. Pero Tesses meron ng control dito sa may short side. Or does he? Flames?
What?
He's gonna get one. Pero Jabby with the jumping Mac 10 is gonna get itong si Nexa. But Flames in the back of the side with an M4A1S. Looking for that one. Tamang jiggle peek lang dito si Flames. Make himself as unhittable as possible. And it seems like it is working para sa kanya dito. And nakuha niya pa nga si KD and the one-man defense. Galing dito kay Flames. 3 kills. 4 kills in a single round rather. Grabe naman OG with their first round from that single play. Galing dito kay Flames. And just like that, wala nang off dito yung Heroic. Yeah,
Expensive. And they said, nerf na yung A1S. Kapag headshots lang yung nagagawa nitong si Flames, plus may perfect flash na seemingly was from the hand of Shush from Heroic. I mean, you're giving this guy a lot of favors for Flames and parang nabigay na lang yung round on a silver platter anyway, so not much effort. Yes, it was kind of scrappy as at the latter parts of that B defense was a little bit too comfortable para sa OG. Still falls on to how they could anchor, especially since nawala na din si Nexa while Flames left all alone. So has to fight with his instincts. 5-stack push doon sa apartments. Important for Heroic. They got the presence known. Doon pa lang sa jump peak netong si Nexa. The fact that they reposition out of this, it's giving away a bit more space again for Heroic to reconsider.
Yep. Speaking of nerfs, 5 chances para dito kay Dexter to hit these shots. 5 bullets on that off. That's still a crazy change para sa akin, to be fair. But Molotovs, everything is gonna start to come through. No one's gonna get hit by the op. Instead, it is gonna be the rifles para dito sa side ng OG, and Josh and Jabby are gonna hit the same as well. 2v2 na nga ang ating situation dito. Flames is gonna get spotted sa short. On fire on this M4A1S. Pero kaya na pa bang ituloy ito sa ating side? Jabby 71 HP Molotov galing kay Fiku. So that's gonna clear itong short side and is gonna give one free kill papunta sa side ng OG. Pero Jabby on the site. MVP for his squad as for now. Pero Heroic need one more round galing sa kanya dito and he's gonna get it 4-1 para dito sa Heroic. A bit of a hectic back and forth but at the end of the day, Jabby does get that final kill.
Heroic. Yung patience na nag-pay off na kung kanina they had that initial hesitation. I don't think it was hesitation. It was just to think if B-site was actually the play. And that second call to re-hit it just gave a bit more anxiety to OG sa kung didepensan ba talaga na doon si Nexa. The reposition, at least that FAMAS did a bit more than it should have. Plus yung crossfire na sinet up din ni Flames. It was fruitful from a lot of the previous rounds, but this time, it wasn't for nothing again for Heroic. Sa pag patience play nila again to the B site. And that time, it was fruitful. Config again, finding Nexa very isolated dun sa B site. An open bomb plant dun pa lang again sa B. Leaving OG wondering, where the hell are we gonna do with these guns? Maybe Tessis? A good shot. If Flames actually catches him, it's Neofrag again as well to find Cadian. It's a 3 versus 4. They got the bomb plant on B. They got a few guns. Will they go for the retake? That's the question.
I just say F it and retake. Dito sa may B-short side. Neofrag. Just gonna toss the op para sa kanyang teammate dito. And the op is what matters para dito sa OG. But they're now starting to lose grip dito sa kanilang first half. I mean, 5 points already para dito sa Heroic for their T side, and they're not even doing too much of anything special dito sa kanila T side. They're just doing the most basic, B split, B hit, then A take. They're not really doing anything too complicated, no. So I would expect itong OG sana na makahanap ng counter agad, but it seems like they're having a hard time trying to do so. Every time na gusto nilang gumawa ng counter dito, it seems like Heroic are just one step forward.
Naglagay din sila ng 4 na players dun sa A. Kaya naging madali na lang. Pag na-pick off at least dun si Nexa, then yun na lang yung nag-iisang anchor. He would have played for the retake kung nandun siya sa marketplace. Pero for the past 2-3 rounds straight, Nexa has been holding down at least yung van or yung bench side. Yung backside ng ating B site 4 Mirage. And in only those 3 rounds, isa lang yung nagkaroon siya ng impact frag. But for how many times Heroic have approached this in different ways. It was the apartments push kanina. Now, they split it apart doon na lang sa may catwalk kung saan wala pa ring pressure na nilalabas ang OG. You could note yung smoke bang ni Neofrag, but that's it. Anything else? It's a free push for Heroic every time.
Yeah. But Dexter, out in the open. Oh, kind of dangerous, pero nakuha na pa rin si Jabby dito. Great flick reaction from the man himself. KDN 1 HP na lang, but is gonna take down itong si Fiku. Wala nang tao dito sa may ticket booth area natin, but there is still one person in the B site. Alam ni Nexa na merong gustong gumawa ng play dito. Maybe a huge flank. Is he gonna make that happen at least? No, he won't. He's gonna shut down itong si Tessis agad. KDN is gonna keep on walking dito sa ating B site. But now there's a bit of hesitation, no? I mean, meron na konting control galing dito kay Config from the ticket booth area, pero isang flash lang. Cleared na yan agad, but is the flash gonna be coming anytime soon? I think they're waiting. Yeah, they're kind of expecting it. Tingnan mo, nakatalibad si Flames. He was there for the flash play, but the flash was a bit short. Yun lang, Config gets 2 off of a failed flash play. Unfortunate. OG could have gotten yung round na to, pero oh man, that one flash talaga just changed everything.
This is the value of yung duo nitong si Shush at si Config. You could say na, yeah, the difference between Stown and Config is that Config is a bit more selfish, which honestly is not that bad since he's the one who's trying to open up sites. He's the one who's trying to make that entry if Tessis is a little bit slow on that regard, right? This time they brute force their way doon sa may A main. Good flashes from Shush to even the odds, even though it's like 2 players coming out of CT at very fearless yung pag-hold ng short range angle just because of the agency na nilabas nitong si Shush. Even though like he's not doing well in terms of like yung scoreboard, yung impact niya hindi nagre-reflect dun sa nagre-reflect dun sa tab natin. This config being that spearhead doon sa nilalabas ng Heroic ngayon, and you see that impact 6-1 right now. A big lead dun sa first half pa lang natin.
Yep. And yeah, once again, I really thought na-figure out na ng OG ang catch dito ng Heroic. To be fair, after that A-site skirmish, pero ayun nga, hindi gumana para sa side nila dito. Dexter playing with fire dito sa may pala side natin is gonna get itong si KDN anyways. That's an AK for his friend possibly. Pero yun nga, iba yung hanap dito ng Heroic. Heroic looking for that mid control to split up ang dalawang teams natin or ang OG squad natin into two. Pero Javi gonna be pushing in dito sa my base. Is gonna get itong si Fiku. Is gonna get itong si Flames. Big frags from Javi. Pero si Josh nakalabas si Molotov. Neo frag though. Nakuha si Josh. What is going on, man? Everyone is just dying. Everyone is holding a Molotov. Ang dami nangyayari dito sa mapa natin. That is for sure. Pero Javi is gonna spot itong si Dexter. Does have the upper hand. Pero Dexter, do you have the peek? Yes, he does. Oh my God.
Okay.
Javi, siya yung may upper hand doon. Pero biglang si Dexter pala yung makakuha ng kill. Nexa in the B short side. Wag ka masyadong wide na nakapeek dito. Pero hindi naspatan si Nexa. Gets the first shot dito kay Teses. He's on 10 HP. Oh, single pixel and he's gone. Dexter, are you gonna dare it? Are you gonna dare it, my friend? Are you gonna dare it?
Oh, the smoke. Oh, what a shot from Config. Kung asset perfect spot si Dexter for the long range angle, si Config lumapit na lang. Yung play for pick strat ng ating Heroic. Even though it was good peaks from Dexter himself, who was the sole person defending yung ating A site, it was for nothing. Kasi nandun pa rin yung rotation for Heroic dito. And you rely on somebody who just has the confidence sa pag-push doon sa mga smokes, sa pag-surprise ng mga long-range angles natin. It's Config. And he delivered dito sa round na to. And even though it was scrappy doon sa middle half ng round natin, at least they recovered.
Yup. 7-1 though. And KDN even getting itong si Dexter. OG. I mean, you're gonna need more than a timeout at this point. Kailangan nila ng someone to start the play, someone to be a spark plug para sa kanilang team, and Fiku and Flames might just be that. Heroic instantly down 2 members, pero 4v3 pa rin na situation. A lot can happen. Pero Flames being such a pest dito sa may lower mid side natin. 1 minute na lang natitira para sa Heroic. 2 members left. Medyo malabo, but if one of them can find 2 here, pwede pa naman.
That's if Fiku can get his hand too deep into the cookie jar. He had that bit of instinct to maybe climb on top. Shush! The spray could have actually amounted to something, pero TC was able to identify yung positioning. ADN, sobrang lapit, sobrang easy ng pagkuha niya ng shot dito kay Flames. It's a 3 versus 2. At yung bomb, but 30 seconds on the clock, they have a choice to flip a coin, B or A site, habang si Nexa nag-hold na lang ng apps. Pero A, doable dahil it's a 2 versus 2 na lang habang napakalayo ng IGL ng OG dito. A flash out habang lumalabas si Shush. Nako, nawala yung timing at nakuha yung dalawang players ng Heroic. So a second round on the board, at least for OG, while it was a bit scrappy by the ends of it, pero it still delivered.
Yep, 7-2. A bit scrappy from the OG boys, but the round is around either way. Medyo mababa pa ang kanilang pera dito, so they really need to preserve these weapons as much as possible. Keep the health high para sa side nila. KDN still has the AWP though. Could be a game changer dito sa ating game. But he's gonna decide to go B. Wait for a overextension, but really good boost galing dito kay Dexter. He's gonna get the advantage. Gonna get that timing. Big boost. And he knows na merong nag-pick up ng op dito, and that's gonna be Jappy. Is he gonna dare for that peek dito kay Dexter. Molotov is gonna go through, flash everything. Repeat galing dito kay Dexter. No fear from the OG Opper. But Heroic still looking for anything dito sa mapa natin. They do get itong si Neo Frag 1 for 1. Josh is gonna get itong si Fiku. But the HPs are looking low. Pero Tesses, possible turnaround dito sa round, man. I mean, A site is wide open. Josh is a half HP pero naka-AK silang dalawa. So that could definitely be a possibility still. Pero yun lang, Flames with the timing.
No, my. And he was trying to reposition himself pa naman sana. He was wide open. Movement error. Now in the favor of OG. This time, Flames with a second. Sa pag-retake niya doon sa may A site, man. It was just fights all around the map where Dexter was just displaying his dominance with the AWP ngayon. With a shot onto Cadian, a smart Molotov, ma-force away yung short range angle ni Yabi na kanina pa nag-hide. Nalaman niya agad yung location ng second op na yun. And yung A-site push na it would have amounted to something if Tessis was able to convert more. But man, the repositioning was just not there para sa Heroic, where Flames just had like the perfect choice to look towards the A site where they just had no choice but to just die.
Yeah, I mean, they did not expect itong si Flames to be there that quick, that's for sure. But at the same time, he's been playing underbid a lot. So, dapat din expect niya ng Heroic at that point. But, yun na nga. Now we're gonna see Heroic with the force buy. And just like the name does suggest, they're gonna try to force a lot of things with this buy. So, kailangan maging careful dito na OG not to overextend dito sa round na to especially. And that's one of the things that could definitely do me the round if may mabigyan pa ka ng up yung isang player dito. Ng Heroic, Gideon's not the only person adept at it, pero give the op can really turn the tides. Pero yun lang, what is OG doing? They're just walking into every single angle na gustong kunin dito ng Heroic. What is going on? It's like they just gifted itong round na to.
Yeah. Kung kanina nagiging pest tong si Flames doon pa lang sa may mid connector, edi punta na lang tayo lahat sa connector. Diba? If you can't take one man down alone, you take 5 people to overwhelm that very problem. Para dito sa OG. Where they now fall dito sa 5-man push dun sa mid, and it started with Config. Yung kanyang awareness where Dexter had to re-peek dahil dun sa whiff upshot. And again, to even put the Zan at risk para makuha ulit ng advantage for Heroic. He's calculating his risk yet again. The awareness, that willingness to even get another for Config is just a huge point para dito sa Heroic. And again, OG on the back foot. They are forced to do something proactive. So Flames again with that first blood. Yabi, Cadian. Nahanap si Fico at si Dexter bago sila makakuha ng sarili nilang patay. Biglang madaling kunin yung A site, but Flames is still alive and well. But he's burning, he's alive. Konti na lang, gamitan na lang yung smoke. At least buy himself a bit of time. They do have the bomb plant though.
Yep. I mean, OG had the advantage to start the ating round, but A site was already the target. Para dito sa Heroic, and OG had a set play in mind. But Heroic was kind of expecting it. This was a bit of debate there. Already a frag from behind. Hindi na pa makuha si Just dito. So I think that's just gonna be game over. I mean, Heroic, it's kind of toying with OG dito sa kanilang T-side dito. They're just trying everything at this point and everything is working. Pero Flames still being just as annoying, but it's not resulting in any conversions, no? Papunta sa map score nila.
Na-address na nila yung problema nila dun sa connector. It's when you figure out yung comfortable spot tong si Flames, then he's forced to reposition himself. Then you force yung ibang players ng OG to compensate for the lack of that connector control na kanina yun naging strength ng OG ngayon. This time, it's a full send doon sa A main that kind of cost yung chances ng OG. Masyadong lumapit yung dalawa nating players ng CT side natin, considering that they had info kung saan manggagaling yung Heroic anyway, so can't really blame them. This time though, for Tessus and the rest of the squad of Heroic to try to get that Apps position yet again. It's the rush from Tessis. Nakakuha agad ng first blood. Second conversion dito kay Flames. Gawin nating tatlo. Hat-trick para kay Tessis sa pagkuha ng sobrang bilis na side take dito sa B. It's a dismantled OG that will net them the 10th round.
Yep. At least they can buy dito sa ating next round, but only getting Josh. Yeah. Double digits na rin dito yung Heroic, man. You can feel that they're just getting more confident as the rounds do go through. Pero, Fiku. Nakakuha ng isa though. Pero si Config, sa likod niya na nga. There it is. He's gonna go down. Neofrag, 5 HP. And a dig. And yeah, not much with 10 to 3. Heroic, nakasampu na nga dito. And making sure that they want to secure the first half ng ating Mirage side.
In a world where we have passive angle pushes, we have one man para matanggal ang kanilang depensa sa B site. It's Texas.
One man, one neck. In a world of neck pain. Tesses, man. You gotta fix that right up, brother.
Magkapatid kaya sila ni Redgar.
Pwede. Could be.
Big brother. Big brother si Redgar.
Ano yun? Si Redgar pataas tapos si Tesses pababa. Pababa yung... pababa yung tingin niya. Alright. I see it.
Niya yung bad posture.
Ay. Bad posture, good aim. It goes hand in hand sa FPS natin. Pero yun na nga. 10 to 3, OG struggling dito sa ating CT side, and Heroic once again not doing anything too special. They're just swinging everything out. Nexa, buddy. Ako po. That's the see you in game 3 spray right there.
Oh, and you gotta wonder how many shots he missed there. Kasi si Tessis, well, before he even dropped in sa heaven, he was already half HP. So we only needed 2 bullets to even find him, but couldn't find anything dito. Understandable that they also want to find yung AWP ni Neofrag. Oh! What a shot from the AWP. Kaso, baka style points lang yung mapapanalo niya dito. It's 1 versus 4 natin. It's a very quick round agad from Heroic. At least Neofrag can get 3 kills. Kaso, a jumping shot from Cadian. It's the final nail on the coffin for the round for OG. So, Heroic again. I think double digits sila kanina pa. 11 rounds para sa panalo nila dito sa first half ng Mirage natin. A good start considering na eto din. Again, another replay of Tessis entering without any problems whatsoever, pre.
I can see one problem, dude. It's right there, and it's on our screen.
Ayun pala.
Ay. Tech pause.
I think it's yung technical pause is for his neck.
I mean, like, you can pwede may credit si Jabi, no? I mean, at least sits all the way straight up. Itong si Tessis may onting variation sa kanyang direction ng kanyang neck dito, which is not good. Parang exclamation point posture check sa lahat ng mga players natin dito.
Parang majority ng mga pros na nakita natin, parang pababa yung tingin nila sa monitor. Why not just straight up?
Because that looks weird, sir. I tried it. Wala kami eh. It's just different. Iba lang talaga when you're looking down. Maybe a bit less stress sa mata. Maybe.
Ano, all 6 foot?
Sana all 6 foot. Ay. And there it is. Tech pause is done. 11 to 3, Heroic. Big lead. Leads first half. But yeah, it is gonna cap off sa kanilang city side dito second half. So it is their game to lose, that's for sure. OG Scouts and a dream, pero tag na agad si Tesses dito. So that's a good start.
Okay. At least that kind of slows them down sa pagkuha ng mid. Nakita mo yung hesitation. Now they do not get that double stack doon sa may mid, doon sa sniper's nest. This time they get a full send doon sa A main. Fiku again with the spray. Shush to try to capitalize, but the double, the triple from Fiku. And it only starts with the MP9. It converts into that AWP na pwede niyang ibigay kay Dexter, who already found a lot of damage dito kay Tesses, who's just rotating to find that bomb again.
Yep. 2v4. OG at least can maybe cap off itong round or itong half na to with a win. 11-4. Still quite a big lead para ibalik dito, but this is one less than expected, that is for sure. 40 seconds left. Plenty of time. Maybe Godfig moment, pero hindi ako sure. Everyone is just holding their respective angles at this point. 34 seconds left on the clock. And yan, Dexter nag-rotate pa nga papunta dito sa may B site natin. I mean, Heroics really just taking their time, making sure that they stretch the clock a bit bago sila pumasok dito.
Di ba binatohan ni Tessus tong si config ng flash? Nag-dodge ako bigla. Okay. Alright, is may pag-entry tong si config. Second, okay. Naging doable
5 seconds, so where's the plan?
Dito. 5 seconds, ito na yung plan. Tessus, 1v2. Nasa kanya yung AK, pero NeoFrag just has the better angle. Nag-push agad doon sa default. Tumakbo papunta doon sa box just to try to salvage what's left of the round dito. And would have been almost perfect if they had that secure over that palace position, pero still, they got the round for OG.
Yep. There it is. I mean, 11-4. Not too bad. Not too bad indeed para dito sa side ng Heroic. 11-4. 5 rounds left and they get the big dub and we go into Anubis. And para naman dito sa OG, NeoFrag 15-11 so far in the game. Stellar performance galing sa kanya, pero medyo nahihirapan ang kanyang mga teammates dito with Heroic. Just constant pressure galing sa kanilang T-side dito. You know, OG, they did figure out some of these rounds no galing dito sa Heroic T-side, pero you know, it was a little too late galing sa kanila nga dito, and it is already Heroic moving to something else sa mga ibang rounds natin dito. But it is gonna be a tough one, man, para dito sa OG.
I think it's a contrast of how OG has been approaching yung mga CT rounds, where they've been trying to use yung utility against Heroic na binabato mismo ng Heroic on their T-side. Yung smoke nilalagay dito sa connector where you're giving a bit of cover for Flames sa likod niya habang nandoon yung paggamit niya ng Deagles every time that they would try to go for the cross anyway. While Heroic, their patience play, na kanina, it was more apparent nung first half or yung earlier parts ng first half where they try to get that a bit of time, a bit of info before they can try to push onto A. It was more apparent when it was Config who was doing the entry rather than Tesses, who was a bit more apparent dun sa pag-entry dun sa first map, but now he's taken a bit more of a cautious role, a bit more lurky, a bit more slow compared to Config being that more aggressive rifler. And it's a good look for Heroic this time, but for OG, on the map pick of Heroic, it's not the best of starts dito sa second map natin.
Yep, and this is OG trying to cap the series off immediately. Especially, like, you know, they dared to keep Anubis open dito sa ating map number 3, and I bet both of these teams have not played any single map of Anubis. So it is going to be quite a mystery siguro. Some of these, you know, teams casually did play it, but I don't think it is going to be, you know, kind for either side. So yeah, I would say kung kayo yung OG dito, try to cap it off as fast as possible. Kung kayo yung Heroic, yeah, kind of like the same thing. But you're going to have a bit of a puzzle dito sa ating map number 3 to solve in this one. That goes for both teams. Pero OG on T side, definitely still a possibility na kaya pa nilang kunin dito. But with the way that Heroic did play itong half na to, I would expect them to be quite on point sa kanilang mga rifles dito. So these sites are going to be quite tough to get into.
TT side na ngayon ng ating mga players for believe it is Heroic. At parang pinag-uusapan natin kanina about like how their CT side is on Inferno, where they had so much resources to pile up on into, and they feel at most comfortable dun sa ating CT side. What if sa best map pa nila on Mirage and a huge lead, it's kind of sealing yung deal para sa second map pa lang natin, but it's still not over para sa OG. And they can still try to regain their lost control dito sa game natin ngayon. Sa second half, where Shush has now found 4 players jumping out of Palace. And Config with the short range angle. They're all looking at Connector. Config, 3 kills. Papunta dito sa players ng OG. They took care of him, but the damage has still been found.
Yep, and that rotation galing dito kay Flames, that's a well-needed rotation to at least open up the site a bit para sa kanyang teammate dito, but he does not want to repeat unless he does. Nakuha na nga si Tessus dito. Flames with a big 2-piece. Just on 1 HP. More realistically, 5. Just 1 pebble can kill him at this point, bro. But the headshot, that could be a thing. But there it is. Flames with some clutch movement galing sa kanya dito. Moving in towards that CT side. Creating a mini crossfire dito sa ating side. Config, almost a highlight play, or it is a highlight play, but then Flames saving the round para sa kanyang team. Jesus, man, these shots.
Oh man, and they were both one-tapping each other dito sa ating first round eh. And who better to save everything than Flames himself? Where Config, yeah, he was taking advantage yung contact pa lang doon sa ating connector, where that was the focal point of OG's defense. Now, they tried to replicate that, but yung CT push yung nag-burst open ng round na to for Flames himself. A running headshot, anything else would have actually sealed the deal for Heroic, but man, the unpredictability that Flames offers to the table is just star power out of everything else for OG ngayon. So a 4-man push dun sa may apartments, all stopped by a nade. Moderate damage dito sa OG ngayon, which is enough to lead them over to the mid side, where they're gonna take their chances on leaving yung apartments push natin for a cleaner push doon sa underpass.
Yep. Nandigs para dito sa Heroic. 5-7's everything. I've seen them win with limited weaponry before. You're gonna have to replicate it again and dito sa ating site. 1 person in Palace. That's gonna be Config with the Deagle. So if may magko-cross dito sa may nest area natin, that's gonna be trouble for him. Config is gonna get itong si Nexa. But do they know that there's 1 more person dito sa ating site? Yung frag, nakuha na nga si Config, pero KDN from the short side, getting 1 more. And Flames na naman, it's all up to the kid to get something going dito sa ating side. Has to be careful that there's 1 person to be short. That is gonna be KDN. 1v3 na nga. Pero it's Josh with the dig. 1 tap to the face, and Heroic off of a force buy. They turn it back around. Papasok nga sa kanilang advantage dito. 12 to 5. I'm not saying it's over, pero hindi nila nakita para ni Nexa. If he misses the shot on Nexa, that would have been game over para dito sa Heroic.
That would have been it for Heroic. Kaso, the savior yet again, yung 1 taps from Shush and Config that actually blew this wide open again. Hesitation, lumalabas, nagbe-brim out agad para dito sa OG. And again, leaving again space para makuha ng yung mga 1 taps na nilalabas ng Heroic ngayon. Considering like how that first round went, this was the perfect way para makabawi from the force buy that they had, plus the scout that actually dealt considerable amount of damage to OG before they got the bomb down. Final finishing touches na lang, and possibly they could do the same dito sa Mirage map natin, where it's a big question mark how they will perform dun sa Anubis, but with what the amount of momentum that Heroic is offering this time sa best of 3 natin, it's just too good.
Yep. But OG though, sila naman yung nakatigil ngayon. They can definitely do some damage, but they're gonna have to be careful about it. Especially the Deagles. Now that they can really turn some rounds around. That is for sure. So that could be the turnaround that they need. The problema nga lang, medyo dikit yung heroic dito. So if ever may mamamatay, there could be a trade. Pero, yun lang. Jappy with that bit of hesitance. But at least makuha nila yung baril dito.
Swoopy? Pwede ba? Ay, ibang bang nga pala yun. Eagle set up. The double stack that doesn't actually work out. Cadian, good nade, but it doesn't actually find Newfrag where he had that original position. But the flash, it's amazing. Cadian not able to convert. It's the 2 taps from Nexa and Newfrag that suddenly becomes a 1 versus 5. Kasi Flames na kanina pa nagro-rotate pa lang, nakuha yung lurking opportunity and suddenly even finds themselves another round extending yung Mirage map natin. And all started with a very awkward push doon sa connector where Cadian, he had nowhere else to go.
Yep. Flash from God. I don't know where that came from. So, Essus was just full blind. Oh, galing kay Josh. Man, at that point, if it's like your teammates' flash and galing nga sa taas, that's like a flash from God at that point. Like, yung expectation siguro yung nagtapon ng flash, they're like, okay, this is gonna blind so many players, pero somehow, some way nadama yung kanyang teammate doon. So, flash from God definitely working out para dito sa OG. And, yeah, they're gonna take it slow. Bit of mid-control. 6 lang naman yung pagitan nila dito eh. So, it's not that far para dito sa OG para makabalik. Pero para sa Heroic, you know, slowly but surely, they're going to 16.
Parang timing pa lang tong si Config. Konti na lang papatrin si... Okay! That was the destined frag that I was looking for. Parang na-off timing tong si Config. He would have had that frag earlier. But yet again, it's destined for him anyway. It's the 4 versus 5 again to rotate on down to B. The only point of resistance is Tessis, who's just waiting patiently sa pag-push doon sa apps. Nakita yung initial info nitong si Yabi. Just the jump picking up, and the jump into the site is Flames falling to the 5-7 of Tessis with Cadian to follow. It's the 1 tap from Yabi as well. Again, trying to stop OG before they can even push onto the B site. But Dexter all alone, a 1v3, nilabas ang AK. Nahanap yung headshot kay Cadian. At naging doable pa nga, lalo na't sobrang layo ni Config at sobrang lapit na mamatay si Shush. Okay, 3 HP in a dream against Config himself na kanina pang nagro-rotate and could find himself an open opportunity. Pero Dexter on the long range angle, nawala yung timing. May time siya mag-plant ng bomba. Oh my God, Dexter, he could have had it. But the fumble ultimately impacted the win para dito sa OG. But stolen away by Config. Right place, right time.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one, that is for sure. Dexter with a near clutch. Pero dapat may nag-clear na agad dito sa may short side kay Tesses. He would have not gotten that some free damage galing sa kanyang 5-7 dun. Could have not have time para dito kay Cadian to wrap around with that M4. Pero Heroic now with the timeout, knowing they have the upper hand dito naman sa ating Mirage side. 13-6. Economy is looking horrible para dito sa OG. So this is that timeout that it's probably meron ng game end strat probably ang Heroic dito. They're looking for the finish.
Looking for the choke slam. Kung gusto nila itapos dito sa OG. I like the commitment though. And it's kind of common where you usually have that one player who, are they going A or are they actually going to commit on towards B? Okay, I'm just going to rotate. Buti na lang, it's the right place where Config actually decides to push on through. But speaking of pushes, OG, they're looking to do this as fast as they can. But good set of mollies para at least hindi nila kunin ng ganong kadali yung control palabas doon sa may Tetris as well. So, Heroic actually use that. Their own advantage. They decide for OG na mag-rotate na lang. Maybe take their places elsewhere. Decide to settle their business. Maybe on towards the mid side. That is a decent crossfire. A stack up towards the double boxes for Tessis. But will ultimately result in that mid push para dito sa OG. So it's a win battle and possibly a good setup for Heroic, but the smokes will cut them off.
Ooh. There it is. Kill from Tesses. Pero puti naman kay Nexa lang yun. They do know that there's one person in B short. Information gain, pero kailangan nila makita si Config dito. Config with some big damage, but Config is gonna get tagged in return. Flames is gonna get jabby, pero naka-drop na yung bomba dito sa may A main. But do they know that there's one person dito sa Palace? That is gonna be Fiku. KDN is not peeking at all. Stush is dead. KDN needs to peek right now. Hindi, patience pa rin. I mean, patience pa rin from Heroic. They know that it is gonna be a well-needed A-take. Neofrag getting the trade. KDN nakuha na nga si Fiku. 18 seconds left. Neofrag is not gonna go for it. Brutal naman ng round na to para sa OG. That's a tough one, man. So close yet so far. If Fiku got the kill dito kay KDN, that would have been a site wide open para dito sa OG. But Heroic standing their ground dito sa connector. Not moving, not budging.
Taking a page out of the OG playbook where connector has been their power position, but it's not from the long range angle. It's when they were trying to attack from inside connector that kind of bit them in the rear this time. Where it was a delayed double stack papunta doon sa may window where they could have actually got the split happening if they wanted to take that A side push. Pero they did their due diligence kasi they also had that double stack then doon sa double boxes. Tessus already got the impact, and KDN, although he was a little bit quiet doon sa pag-start ng Mirage map natin, this time he is delivering 2 kills para sa Heroic. They're pushing on down to mid to maybe cut off yung OG before they can capitalize on open plants. But with the hesitation, it's slowly giving away space for Heroic, who are again looking for picks. Katulad ni KDN, who kind of falls flat doon sa pagkuha ng kill sa tao doon sa apartments, but it's still impact nonetheless as it's a 5 versus 3 very quickly into the round.
Yep. And Flames with a Glock. Not much you can do with that, my friend. So I think naghahanap na lang siya ng any digs, any SMGs na nahulog galing sa kanyang mga teammates dito. And yep, not finding anything. Pretty unfortunate. Dexter, Neofrag did not have anything in their hands. An MP9, maybe? And what difference can it make dito sa ating site? Flash is gonna go through para dito kay Josh. Smoke is gonna go in as well. Oh, no smoke rather. That was a flash. OG, slow crawl papunta sa ating side. This is gonna look a bit painful unless they can hit their shots, which they can. Flames, nakuha na nga dito si Config. Pero hindi nila alam na walang tao dito sa may city side. And Nexa with the flick on towards KDN, pero nasunog dito si Flames. Ayun lang. Through the box and the wood, the molly does seep through. Nakuha na nga si Flames dito. 15 and 6. Could have been a sick round galing dito sa OG. But the Molotov just denies it. Ayun lang.
You gotta give credit though to Nexa. It's not easy to hit these flicks from the scout nonetheless. The NG, although it wasn't the cleanest, they did the job. Unfortunately, don't stop from that molly that had no resistance at all. Doon sa may connector pa lang. It's a good way to actually stop that bomb from ever putting put down. And a really good way to actually end this if Tessus can get this double kill. Especially since they're also hesitating sa pagkuha. Dexter, all he wanted was that pick. And there you go. It pays off. Nahanap si Tessus. It's an early first blood dito for OG that ultimately was that patience that kind of paid off. Kaya sila nakakuha dito kay Tessus ngayon. And because of that split, it's the choice to make if ever that they want to commit dito sa mid. But duels happening. It's Config to find Nexa. Dexter to follow through with a double kill. Kay Shus at Katie, and it's becoming as possible as it can para dito sa OG. As that mid push, it was too ambitious. It's costing Heroic. But ultimately, A-side could make the difference.
Frag Tried to jump, trying to see if he can survive. He does not, pero 15-7 pa rin. Para dito sa OG. You know, starting to heat up dito sa ating second half, but I think it is going to be a bit too late. One round. They did gain one round, pero I mean, that's still pretty heavy, pretty tall mountain to climb, to say the least. Para dito sa Heroic is just that.
Mga 6 foot.
Yeah, mga 6 foot, that's for sure. 6'1" to be exact. Pero, you know, Heroic, they have so much time dito sa game na to, so they're gonna just wait for one mistake, one misstep galing dito sa OG that could cost them at least 4 members, then it's basically done. And knowing how volatile these young teams are, man, that could definitely happen, but it could definitely go the other way as well, considering kung gaano ang kagaling yung mga young players natin dito sa OG, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay. Now this was a pleasant sight to see. Palace take para ma-find yung nag-iisang anchor where, yeah, it was Heroic's 5-man eco round, relying on 5-7s where Shush was the only anchor na naman. And again, it's like the same situation where Nexo was also caught doon sa may bench dun sa B site, leaving only that one man to hold habang yung apat full save na lang. Sa kabilang side ng mapa, it's just this time it's not OG who does the saving, it's Heroic who actually try to save up as much as they can for next round. Ultimately will give them less losses if they comparing to if they actually did go for the full man retake. But again, saving themselves another round is OG extending, pero it's still map point for Heroic, and these extra rounds, it doesn't really matter much if you give them a few for OG, considering that you only need that one small walk para matapos yung Mirage for Heroic to push it to map 3.
Man. I mean, upgraded pistol. Yeah, we're just gonna see a lot of upgraded pistols. Galing dito sa Heroic. A lot of stacks. And a lot of standing around, that is for sure. But that lead is gonna shrink eventually, but ayun nga, Heroic. Isang pagkakamali lang galing dito sa OG, nasa kanila na yung panalo dito. So they're gonna take this one very, very slow. And OG, you know, kind of welcoming in challenge dito. I think they know how to play it slow as well. It's just that di sila pwede magkamali dito. Pressure of not making a mistake could get to them, that is for sure. Pero, you know, not right now.
Definitely not. Ngayon, parang kumuha na ng fix eh. Just running into the crosshairs of Neofrag. Flames to wait doon sa edge ng stairs ngayon. Si Cadian na lang, wala siyang EWP, so he's just considering kung lalaban pa siya sa kung sino yung papasok dito sa window area. Which, the nearest victim, possible victim, could be Dexter, pero he doesn't need to push too far, so there's no reason for him to do so. I don't think Cadian's gonna get this, honestly speaking. I think OG have been doing their due diligence this time. Clean kill for Neofrag. Net them 9. One more para mag double digits. Again, still small margins to work with dito for OG. But they're doing wonders with it. Now, the A site push, it's a lot cleaner. They're not running in dry. They're actually supporting tong si Dexter habang nag-over-aggress yung pag-lurk nitong Heroic, and it's showing. The punishments are very clear. A clear cut para dito sa OG.
Yeah, I wonder when Heroic is gonna get that AWP in their hands. Cadian opting in for the M4A1S. So, 5 rifles, 1 lead to Heroic. You do not see that a lot, that is for sure. But maybe there is now a good reason for the setup kasi nga gusto nila mag-push dito sa may mid-side natin, and 5 rifles are perfect for that case. Pero Neofrag looking for the equalizer. No. Pero hindi na nakita yung ulo ni Tessus dito. Spray is gonna go in, pero Josh is gonna catch it mid-spray. And I think this just might be game over for the OG squad. Fiku. Yun lang, siya na lang natitira para sa kanyang team dito. Jabi, nahanap na nga si Flame. Si Fiku na lang natitira. A 19-year-old Polish kid, man. What can he do at this point? Not much. 16-9. I mean, Heroic performing
Heroic.
You would say Heroic Heroic performing as expected dito sa Mirage, pare. I mean, you can swap out all the pieces dito sa Heroic and they would still perform the same as Mirage. Kind of like the back of their hand at this point. You know, alam na nila yung mapa na yun. Alam na nila kung paano gumagana yung mapa na yun. Config having himself a hell of a game, 30-16 dito sa Mirage, pare.
Clean. Man, if we again had doubts of how Config can perform standing in para sa team ng Heroic. Now he answers all those questions ngayon. And it from start to finish, lumabas yung kanyang impact from the pistol round pa lang where he just used yung contact doon pa lang sa may mid connector. And plus yung mga one taps niya from his push on the palace area where OG had no surveillance at all. Walang tumitingin dun sa direction na yun. Nobody was putting the pressure. And I think that's what's lacking doon sa first half pa lang ng OG. It was the pressure from taking those extremities for Heroic. And yung tools para i-slow down, yung pag-entry nila, it's just lacking as of late. Although they had a few tools to work with, yung kanina na short range angle pa lang dun sa apps plus yung double stack nila doon sa may mid. And sometimes it works, but most times Heroic just find a way around it and Config too good. God-fig, I would say.
Yeah, I think I was just wondering why like yung mga mas common na takes na nangyayari sa mapa ng Mirage nakikita natin galing dito sa Heroic, why they were working against OG of all teams. But I think maybe it's the lack of experience setting up like a winning CT side. Since they do not play this map a lot. I mean, they do have 7 maps in their sleeve, but they do not have enough winning maps para dito sa Mirage. So I don't think they knew at the moment how to set up, just like I said, yung winning CT side that could just trap itong Heroic in kind of a loop, kind of a death loop, you could say. Then, paulit-ulit na sana sila natatalo doon. As is, one of the other better teams dito nga sa ating Mirage that already happened para dito sa Heroic. It's just that OG could not figure it out at the time, and Anubis is gonna be map number 3. Do not expect Huwag kayo mag-expect ng kahit anong advanced analysis galing sa akin or galing kay Chris kasi we do not know this map.
Ay.
Full stop, wala pang info, may callouts na ba? I think so. May callouts na daw. So, we will try our best para i-navigate itong mapa na to. Pero yun nga, Anubis map number 3. We'll just have to wait and see. Once again, shout out to Rivalry.com. Of course, Rivalry.com/LeBonWXC for up to $200 deposit bonus. Nanalo tayo sa ating bet. I'm not getting any credit from that. It is mostly Chris. I was supposed to bet on OG. Pero yun nga, that's why I do not bet because I have really bad, really bad game sense pagdating sa mga ganun. Pero yun nga, that is it for map number 2. Mirage is going to go in the way of Heroic. Map number 3 is going to be Anubis. So guys, do not go anywhere. We will be right back with a BO3 Premier World Final in Abu Dhabi. So, see you in a bit.
Bet responsibly.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious alternate worlds filled with dangerous traps and pitfalls. The first player to cross the finish line wins the biggest share of the prize pool. But don't worry, the top few finishes are also in the mix to win. The exact number of winners will change depending on how many players were in the race. The more players, the more winners. Rush Lane is live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can jump into the action anytime you want. Good luck out there, racers. Only on Rivalry.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City. Here, champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race, known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the race is on. Races last just a couple of minutes and are fully automated. Rush Lane is driven by our unique physics-based randomness engine. Starting positions, track segments, and traps are all randomly generated, and we've tested over 10,000 races to ensure no player has any advantage over another. Cheer on your racer as they scream down the winding city streets and through mysterious...
At welcome back mga kaibigan dito sa ating first day for Blast Premier World Final. At ako nga pala si Dad Fem. Kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Katapos lang ng second game para sa ating series between Heroic versus OG. And honestly, walang surprises nung nakita natin yung second map for Mirage. Nakuha ng ating Heroic players. It was their home. Doon sila nakapanalo ng mga championship. For now, into the third map, it's Anubis. Wala masyadong analysis dito. Wala masyadong input kasi it's gonna be, well, for at least for me and Sneaky, first time namin kakas yung Anubis mga kaibigan. The only time that I saw Anubis was that first game kanina pa lang dun sa Team Liquid victory against, I believe it was, actually nakalimutan, Outsiders, no? Yeah, actually, tama. And parang napapansin ko it was less into the extremity push and more into the mid control bago sila makapag-split, Sneaky, honestly.
Yeah. Sure. I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Sige.
Bet tayo, I guess, map number 3 of this best of 3. Of course, Rivalry.com is gonna be the sponsor. Pero yun na nga, map number 3. Ano kaya pwede? Map number 3. Let's go OG. Map number 3. Yun. This is based off nothing, no prior knowledge whatsoever. So, you know, make sure you bet responsibly. Of course, Rivalry.com. Use the code DUPONWXC for up to $200 deposit bonus. And yun nga, magiging masaya tayo lahat. Map number 3 is gonna be the pick. OG is gonna be the team. Titignan natin. I mean, Anubis looks interesting from the top-down view na nakikita ko ngayon sa aking screen. Daming callouts, that's for sure. And yeah, a lot of mid-fighting. Sabi daw ni Chris, kasi I have not seen, other than yung trailer, I have not seen too much of yung Anubis really, and yung mga ibang clips lang. Pero ayun nga, let's see. Hopefully they have fixed yung some of the bugs na nakita natin on day 1. And hopefully, the players do have a fun time.
Parang yung clipping issue yung nakita ko from the Team Liquid versus Outsiders game where NaVi was throwing yung molly niya from that cave entrance where ultimately just went back. Nag-bounce back even though there was a little bit of space. So, yun yung isa mga issues na pwede natin makita from yung Anubis map. But what I also really liked about it was the verticality from that mid side where there's a bridge connecting from that. There's also like water under it. Na malapit doon, there's also like a boat where you could also like hold off. That's probably one of the power positions na pwedeng makuha ng whoever is on that attacking side. But for other than that, not much input, honestly. First time to cast Anubis and expectations thrown out of the window. I feel like going from gut, from momentum itself, Heroic has done a really huge job. And especially for Config, who is a stand-in for Heroic this time around. He put up 30 kills dun sa ating second map pa lang. And if he carried that momentum dito, then OG are in it sa isang napakalupit na laban against Heroic.
Yep. And we'll just have to wait and see. And apparently, I do not know, man. At this point, apparently there's a boat. Wait, there's a water. There's a water. Too big. May barko.
May beach.
May beach.
Sa may city spawn.
Nice architecture.
Di ba naghahanap tayo ng bakasyon, di ba? Ayun, may beach dun sa city side.
Or to go to Anubis, my friend. Yun na nga. And yeah, we start things off. CT side itong OG. Heroic on the T side. Man is faking around the corner. Jabi. Nakuha na kasi Flames. Fiku in return. Nakuha na SSK yan. I think one in return as well. Suddenly it is a 3v4. This man has a USP without the silencer. Respect.
Kind of new things to acquire dito pa lang sa round natin. It's an aggressive take again doon sa may gate where now OG losing out on the gunfight sa aim. Really lacking yung OG. Maybe catching tong si Config through the smoke with the tap of the USP of Nexa. And they convert that to a bomb plant onto the B site where again we didn't have that much expectations heading into this Anubis map. Very new to us. We're in the infancy stage of trying to pick out how they can approach this. I think it was for OG, it could be the same for them. Figuring out if they could go for the proactive push and ultimately hitting the brakes for Heroic. Ultimately, pero nag-e-end pa rin sa panalo for Heroic now that they got the bomb plant. And I also believe that the 3 picks that they got, they probably would have actually turned it around, but good flash is set out for utility players as well for Heroic para makuha yung round din.
Yup, I guess. Pero yun nga, I mean, KDN sticking with his teammate at this point, trying to see if he can get the trade. He did. He did get the trade dito nga sa ating pistol round, and now we go into round number 2. OG gonna be deciding to go for the force buy, actually. And we do see kind of a heavy stack dito sa may B side natin, but just like you said, it is gonna be a very, very heavy mid push, and we are seeing that exactly. And as we do see them navigating dito sa may mid side natin, they can either go... Oh, they can only go one direction actually from that spot. No, they can go two. No way.
Okay.
Discovering new spots in this map. Grabe naman yan. So they went through Acon into Plateau into Orange. Okay. Okay.
Kung new experience to sa Heroic. Parang new experience din to sa atin. We're just discovering like new entry points. Ngayon, I think that mid side is just important since if you do get that mid control, then it's easy for you to get the plateau push. Kung ikaw nga si Tessus kanina where you got that initial Mach 10 entry. And hindi nila spinelt yun from A main. They're actually just 5 stack pushing doon sa may plateau pa lang para makuha yung A side push din. So, a bit of due diligence. I believe Heroic, I think narinig ko sa isang mga interviews from Twist off of their victory from that FaZe victory where all of the teams in Blast Premier, they were preparing for playing Anubis. Sometimes it doesn't show, especially dun sa Outsiders where they picked the map. They didn't win that much, especially on the first half where they just let Team Liquid fly all over them. Maybe the same situation dito. If OG prepared for this, maybe Heroic prepared for it more. In a sense.
Are you saying this map is just one-sided?
Yeah.
You just said that. Yeah. Oh! Dexter though, he's been cheeky with the scout. Nakakuha na nga siya ng damage sa mid. Mid kinda reminds me of Donut from Ancient. Not gonna lie. Get that huge pillar sa gitna. Could be. But could be the Egyptian version of it. Pero Cadian is crawling very, very slowly dito sa ating A site from the A main side, from what I'm seeing. And yeah, OG reacting to the exact opposite side. Nandito na sila sa B. Heroic getting that plant. And there it is, Jabi. Not to be seen in his other form, apparently.
Parang ang dami ding lurking opportunities eh. Kapag T-side ka. I think it's looking more and more a two-sided map. Especially when you have these multiple opportunities for verticality. Config. Mach 10 punta dito kay Neofrag. Si Yabi na patient play lang. Fiku na nagtatry kumuha ng push doon sa may pillar. And again, it's another slow tactical push for Heroic that ultimately binigyan agad ng A site plant. A double kill for Config. He's definitely on fire ngayon, mga kaibigan. Third round, multiple frags. Ultimately costing Dexter his life. So 3-0. Heroic. Comfortable sa pag-start ngayon sa Anubis.
Yeah, mukhang Heroic nga ang may konting advantage sa start ng ating game. Could be good news para sa side nila, especially considering that it is T-side. So that could be something. As soon as this map turns right back around, maybe Heroic can just cap it off dito sa ating game. OG struggling to get that 1 point on the board dito sa ating first 4 rounds. Cannot find any of these opening picks. And Heroic talaga, they're just finding everything that they can. Pero Dexter though, bit of a change in position. Instead the mid side ang kinuha na dito. He just went for site itself. And so far working out. One person down, that's Jabby. Pero si Jabby lang yan though. That doesn't really reveal too much para dito sa Heroic. But mid side is kind of open as well. No? I mean, I think it is kind of a 2-prong attack with Jabby kind of baiting sa una dito.
And I think you just nailed it on the head. Hindi sila masyado nagbibigay ng info right after yung kill dun kay Yabi. Hindi kasi nag-push agad tong si Config, kaya Heroic just playing around with their patience. And again, Flames impatient. Paid agad dito sa pagkuha ng patay kay Kadian, pero Shush to get that trade still gives a lot of room for Heroic until Fiku shuts the door doon sa pag-push sa B site. Kaso nag-fall pa rin sa pagkuha ng execute para sa Heroic because of the smoke already set up doon pa lang sa may palace at street. But just as it dissipates, may long-range angle agad yung AWP ni Dexter, so this can be doable.
Yep. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Teses just playing in the site itself. Does get taken out by Mr. Dexter. Pero yun na nga, Josh, meron 3 tao sa kanyang harap dito. Neofrag nag-push, hindi gumana. Pero Nexa, finally, nakabigay na ng isang round para sa kanyang team dito. 3-1 OG. They do get the op as well para dito kay Dexter. Which is gonna be good news. Or keep the op para dito kay Dexter. Which is gonna be good news, no? Kasi you're gonna have that 50-50 every time saan ba talaga lalabas yung aggressive player para dito sa Heroic. And if Dexter can find them every time, then that could be resulting in more rounds kagaya nga ng ganito. And there it is, 3-1. OG, they get the first round dito sa kanilang CT side, but can they produce more? Heroic, dami pa naman sila pera dito, so pressure from the gun buys are gonna be constant galing sa side nila.
Again, presence made doon sa may mid. Early usage ng ating grenade para magkaroon ng konting damage kay Kadian. Hindi lang konti, at least considerable. 30 para mahanap yung konting hesitation sa pag-take ng mid side again. Because Neofrag was diligent para ma-stop yung pagkuha ng free push doon sa mid, which again became yung win con ng Heroic kanina. What a nade. Pinas lang doon kay Config. Nasalo niya pero sumabog bigla. At least hindi that much damage dito. Config already eating yung blind, kaso it's a blind shot that actually finds Flames that extinguishes his life. Naging 5 versus 4. It's the A split na pwedeng mangyari dahil nandito pa rin yung presence ni Teses that will result in that split towards K. But what about Shush? Suddenly finding Nexa, and again, an open push para dito sa Heroic into the loving arms of Neofrag, and that's huge. USP out. Konting reposition na lang.
Yup, nabol na nga siya ng mga members dito ng Heroic. 35 seconds na lang natitira. Pero Heroic, medyo hesitant pa sila dito, pero B-side nga pala ang hanap nila. Pero Dexter, kailangan mong tumalikod kasi nga nandito na si Teses all the way dito sa may palace side natin. Naka-cut off na nga siya ng rotation, but will only get itong si Dexter and not much more. Neofrag, low HP, and meron pang isang player na umiikot dito, and that is gonna be Kadian. Getting one person, that looks like a bridge, so I'm calling that bridge 100%.
Yes,
Fiku crawling ever so slowly dito sa ating site. Alam niyo yung isang player medyo separate, and if mahanap na dito si Jabby, that's gonna be good news. Pero Fiku opting in for the retreat instead. 4-1 para dito sa Heroic, taking full advantage of in T-side dito sa Anubis.
Yeah, that was bridge where he was actually holding that. Tapos arches yung kung nasan si Kadian kanina, where Now he's taking advantage of the verticality where some players don't actually peek too much. Kung saan kailangan nilang check yung bawat corner. And since he's on top of the structure, he doesn't have that much time to even check everything. Kaya AWP actually seals his deal. Yung hold nitong si Neo Frag was what actually impacted yung round. But Tessus to actually close it with just this tap alone, just cutting off again yung retake potential for the CT side. Which again, Anubis, another map where ang daming pwedeng paglurkan. And Heroic are doing a pretty good job, and that was what Team Liquid demonstrated also dun sa series nila dito sa Anubis, where they also took
nakalimutan lang
advantage of
nila na
lurking.
merong mid-side, to be honest.
Yeah, actually,
Like, Dexter's like, sige, hold ko lang to angle na to. And I was like, oh, alright. Forgot mid exists. Oh! Reaction time check. Post that Oh, yun lang. I mean, what can you do, Mano? Okay yung OG dito. Pico meron siyang op. Not really known for it.
Usually you'd see that on Dexter, but or he gets found out agad. Which
Okay ko muna.
Hawakan ko na lang. Parbor.
Now, what is Heroic gonna do? They're not gonna contest too much para mawala yung op. I mean, with how KD has been playing dito sa mapa na to, I think he's welcome to these op challenges every time. And Dexter, he's gonna start to feel a bit nervous no dito sa ating game. So 5-1 Heroic. 4 points already ahead dito sa ating Anubis on the first half. T-side has been treating them really well.
It's affecting yung out of game mental then ng Heroic. Look at how happy they are to take these rounds. Kita mo yung saya nila. Nagsa-snowball and they know it. Nagsa-stack up yung mga panalo para dito sa Heroic side. And yung flip side, OG recognizing na Anubis is slipping out of their fingers, so they need to slow down. Timeout. Justified. I feel like they still have enough rounds, enough time para makapag-catch dito sa Heroic. Pero I think the pressure on mid hindi nagkukulang yung Heroic. And especially threatening yung presence na pwedeng ilabas ng players like NaVi, players like Tessus to take mid control while everybody else is setting up the play doon sa extremity. I think that was like one of the focal points of the B pushes kanina. And now they're doing it again on A site where they also won that round. So this time, a 5-stack push agad for Heroic into the loving arms of the AWP para kay Dexter. A double kill kahit na blind siya. Config on the other end of it. Ang daming damage din dito kay Tessus, but ultimately, niluto na lang si Dexter gamit ng molly from Shus himself. It's Nexa to try to trade everything off. Damage dealt agad dito kay Heroic. They got the bomb down as well, so the A site not free for the taking for Heroic.
Hindi pa ganun kataas yung pera ng Heroic dito, so hindi mo pa masasabi na sure nila na nasa kanila yung 5-1 na to. KD ando, nakuha niya si Nexa. That's the low player down. Pero meron pang dalawa dito sa ating site. Fiku, mamomolotov na nga siya dito. KD, a bit of a panic galing sa kanya, but Dexter, I like the aggression galing sa kanya dito. No? I mean, going more in the way of a main, which Heroic has been getting for free for these past few rounds. Pero ngayon si Dexter with the challenge on that AWP. As long as this guy does have the op, pwede pa manalo dito ang OG.
Parang the setup now is not lacking para dito sa OG. This time they had the good read. And even though Heroic tried to cut off their noise before they could push onto A main, Dexter just has the awareness. As long as they don't take away this AWP from Dexter, he's still gonna be a threat. Kahit nandito sa short range angle dun sa A main, still possibility that there is that one threat, and that's Dexter so far, who has been popping off for OG, but still has yet to make an impact para magkaroon ng tip ng skills. Neofrag again with that first blood to Cadian. That's one of the players on for Heroic to try to at least get that control on mid. B site now again being the interest. Baka makuha ng OG yung secure na to, pero you also have to consider yung mid also being lurked around by Config. Who's dead?
Dead, just like that. Config though. It's gonna be a big loss para dito sa Heroic, who is trying to get into that B-side entrance, pero hindi pa sila makalagpas dito sa may gate side natin. Pero Jabi, nakuha na nga si Piku. Good start para dito sa Heroic if ever papasok na sila dito sa ating site. Pero natatatad na sila ng granada, natatatad na sila ng bala dito. So they have to rethink kung saan ba talaga pupunta ang Heroic dito sa round na to. It might just be a save. It might just be one person na ito nga si Josh looking for that opening para sa kanyang team. Pero 100% yung nakarinig na sa kanya dito. So I think that this is going to be one of the players trying to capitalize off of the information yun. And I think that is going to be Dexter looking in that mid side that entire time. Itong Heroic gusto nilang i-timing to. Nakuha pa nga si Dexter dito. So somehow, some way, nagkaroon pa nga na situation kung nasaan makakuha pa ng isa dito yung Heroic. But never mind, Neofrag with that initial information dito kay Josh, alam niya na dito siya sa likod ng ating ng B site. And OG, they get another one on the board, 5-3. They're starting to form their own momentum dito sa ating first half.
I don't know if it was the lack of info for Heroic where they had that open plant doon pa lang sa may connector area, whereas doon nang galing tong si Neofrag. And he was the one who was holding down water while everybody else on OG was started dying dun sa mga duels nila from Heroic. And it was a good side tick then. They found one of the anchors dun si Flames and it ultimately opened it up para dito sa Heroic. Kaso, that awareness na open pa rin yung connector side. Dexter again, the AWP. Again, proving to be the bane of the existence para kay Heroic ngayon. Dalawa para kay Flames. Config with another lurk doon sa connector. Pero Dexter still a threat dito sa my B site, ultimately giving up that chance para makuha yung B site as a whole for Heroic. So again, good rotate papunta sa connector and OG with a perfect response.
Yup. OG just holding it down dito sa ating site, 5-4. Heroic. Ayan na, I mean, Heroic starting to lose their grip dito sa kanilang T side, man. They're getting figured out slowly dito sa Anubis. And yun nga, I feel like OG is starting to take more of these aggressive angles, kagaya nga ni Dexter dito, being a lot more daring with that AWP. And if mas maiging daring itong OG all around the map, and Heroic is gonna have a hard time trying to set up everything bago sila makapasok ng site, where they have to deal with the constant pressure na nanggagaling dito sa may OG natin.
Og. That's pretty odd. Hunter also tried to pull out an Og kanina, but okay. It's actually the rifle out from Nexa with a double para makuha 2 players ng Heroic. Good reposition. Dexter following with Neofrag. Ito yung assistance. Ito yung bait and switch para sa OG. Ultimately, will result in Yabi forced into that objective secure dun sa B site. Pero yung pagkuha ng bomba, yun lang yung makakuha niya dito. Unless, of course, makita niya siguro si Dexter and maybe offer himself dun sa 3 players sa OG na kumukuha na agad ng defuse. And it's either way, another round win para sa OG para makakuha yung 5-5 and suddenly that eco just working out in the favor of OG again.
Surprised that they got the plant in the first place. So 5-5. Heroic. Alright. I mean, nahabol na nga sila dito na OG. Not looking good, that is for sure. I don't know what side of the map is favored, to be fair, dito sa Anubis. But
I think it's T side. Depende sa smoke usage.
T side depende sa smoke usage. That's not the best information to get out of, pero
Can't blame
sure, surely.
Yun pala yung napapansin ko eh.
Anubis, not even a single stat, pare. Grabe talaga. Not even. So, we'll see as we go siguro dito sa game na to, dito sa mapa na to. Heroic, AK-47s everywhere. KDN, you can afford an op, but is gonna decide to go for an AK. So maybe we're gonna see kind of like a faster version siguro ng Heroic dito sa round na to. And OG is gonna have to be ready, no? Naka-off pa naman dito si Dexter. If Dexter gets caught really early, this is gonna be bad news pa na dito sa side ng OG. They lose such an important piece dito sa kanilang defense nila.
And he's alone. And it's all counting on Shush kung makukuha nga niya yung AWP dito. But hold that thought, it's mid-side. And Config is in the water. Dito yung nade para at least mag-hesitate kung si Config bago siya makapag-push outside of the smoke. OG taking it very cautiously. I can't blame them kasi yung mid talaga yung naging focus agad ng Heroic. At kapag masyado sila nag-push, mapapunish agad. Magbibigay agad ng numbers advantage, but suddenly it becomes Dexter who actually gets first blood dito kay Shush na ultimately yun sana yung magiging plan niya. Lurk papunta dun sa A, maybe catch yung AWP from behind, but actually faces him head on. So it's a 4v5.
Yep. And he was just sitting that entire time, not gonna lie. Pero good reaction dito sa may mid-side. I like yung kind of the body system yung ginagawa dito ni Fico. So him and Flames having itong middle this entire time on their own, pero Nexa is gonna get fully flashed. Hindi nila alam na nandun siya sa gilid though, so he might go for the re-peek. Neo-frag from behind. OG already has it locked. And just waiting for the inevitable, I guess, Tesses. I mean, what can you do at this point? Other than that, I mean, 14 seconds. Medyo malayo yung kanyang ikot dito papunta dito sa ating ace site. Pero aabot pa? I do not know the timing. Just gonna wash his feet dito sa may river natin. And 6 and 5. OG. They acquired the lead dito sa ating second part ng ating first half. 5 straight rounds. All of the sudden, galing sa kanila dito. I think they finally figured out itong Heroic. But is there gonna be a quick Heroic timeout na makikita natin?
Ilinisin na lang na yung blood nitong si Figo dun sa water. He's trying to save himself while everybody else on Heroic, man. I mean, yung proactive pushes it again just ultimately stop, especially since Dexter is now again popping off with that AWP. Same exact position, but this time mid is where the threat is. Neo-frag now joining his teammate, a double because of the molly. Kaso lumalaban din ng riflers ng Heroic as they also rotate on down to B. Nag-iisa si Yabi, and this has been the game plan for the next 2 rounds. Ngayon, mas slim na yung chance dahil meron ding flank na nangyayari while Yabi's repositioning himself in the post plant.
Yeah, this is bad as well para dito kay Config, who is still looking for something dito sa may mid-side natin. Pero Dexter, nahanap na nga dito si Jabi. But do they know kung nasaan dito si Config, going all the way from that mid-side? Dexter with the wide peak. Pero Nexa, tamang iwas lang. Config still on 100 HP. And he has the other angle dito sa may mid-side natin. That area is too wide for a single molly, my friend. 6-6 off of a 1v1 galing dito kay Config. It looked horrible at the beginning para dito sa Heroic. 3 people getting burned down in their entirety. Even itong si Jabi going down, but they did not have any information na medyo late dito si Config pare. So, ayun na nga. Getting that easy 1v1 as well. 6-6. Heroic. They do lose 5 in a row, pero yun nga, they still hang on dito sa first half ng Anubis, that's for sure.
An early shot again from Dexter na ulit first blood from that AWP, and papansin ko sa mga rounds where Dexter gets that AWP kill, nako-convert agad yung first blood into the round win for OG. Maybe could be the same for this round as A-site ulit ang kokomit ng ating Heroic players. Si Config na naman makukuha agad ng entry. Nexa at least repositions himself, forced into the smoke and the molly in between all of the crowd control. While OG, they're still holding on. Nexa nag-iisang anchor, still being a threat para sa side ng Heroic ngayon, just to finally take him down. At naging even 2 versus 3 pa nga ito. They have the bomb plant, so it's still doable para sa Heroic, pero they still need to consider that cave push na pwedeng ilabas ng OG players. But shush to cut off tong si Piku. Nagititara na lang si Flames at saka si Dexter as he tries to wide peek, but Katie, and yet again nakita agad si Flames through the molly as well. Biglang binigay agad yung round 2 Heroic as Dexter has no other chance, no other choice but to concede at ibigay agad yung bomb. It's Heroic.
Nice, man. Fucking big one.
Yep, 6-7. Heroic. You know, off of that clutch, galing kay config kanina. Newfound confidence galing sa side nila. And despite a stellar play na naman galing sa isang member dito ng OG at in Nexa this time, it's Josh stepping up para sa kanyang team, finding all these key frags all over the place. Grabe naman. Dexter left on his own with an op. At least nakip niya pa nga yung op na yun, but OG is kind of fighting as much as they can dito sa ating first half ng Anubis. You know, keeping it close. Dito sa Heroic, is this gonna be one of those maps na, ayun nga, as soon as the half turns, it is just gonna be one team dominating. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But it seems like both of these teams, no, medyo malinis pa naman ng kanilang mga Anubis plays nila. You know, each team having their own mistakes and having their own shining moments as well. Pero like it's gonna be one of those maps where yung AWP talaga yung making game changer dito.
Masyadong reliant sa AWP. That is if Dexter keeps delivering shots like this. Double kill, nag-push dun sa mid at nag-iisang AWP ang nagka-claim ng frags dito sa Heroic. Flames yet again the 5-7. Enough damage to even get that upgraded weapon. Agad-agad, we were doubting yung buys for OG. It was the AWP that is the game changer, as you said. And if there's death, there's taxes, there's also the B plant for Yabi na nag-iisa habang nandito ang OG Esports. He's circling him while he's forced to make a decision. Pushing towards connector, big mistake. 1 versus 5, si Config na naman. Nasa kanya yung bomba pero at least he can isolate it. New frag. Kaso, trade-off agad for OG to get another.
This is getting interesting, that is for sure. OG of a single op play. Gaya nga na sinabi ko, man, this is gonna be one of those maps where the op is gonna be king. That is for sure. Pero Dexter getting 2 dito sa mids. Josh, I think he was kind of trying to force something dito sa may mid side to try and if he can, you know, if he can open things up para sa kanyang team. It was looking desperate yung buong situation na yun, but 7-7 para dito sa Heroics. Not too bad, it's not too good. Pero Flames looking to defend itong A main side natin with that AK-47. This bridge angle is very interesting. Hindi ko talaga alam kung sino may unang advantage dito. Pero Neofrag did find KDN in that earlier angle. Pero diniretso na lang dito si Jos. What is going on in Anubis, my friend? Pero alam na nila kung nasan yung bomba dito. So Flames is gonna move in with that nade, with that flash. Pero yun lang, dalawa pa lang nasa harap na dito. Next na lang natitira para sa kanyang team. Does have the perfect spot to rotate on either side of the map. I mean, pwede ka pumunta ng A, pwede ka pumunta ng B in just one fell swoop. Pero Nexa, if he does jump down to this bridge side, it is gonna at least make it easier para sa kanya na makapunta dito ng B. Pero is gonna go the long way around. Pero naka-off dito si Tessa, so he has to be careful. Oh, there it is.
That's why he has to be careful. Nakaset up yung AWP. Tapos he made a small sound cue bago siya makapag-peek. And it's also interesting that they put all of their eggs doon sa pag-push ng bridge for the players of OG. A good half for both sides. It's not clean for either of them. But the shining star definitely for OG, well actually for the whole game itself, was Dexter. Well, habang yung mga players na nagsistruggle to even find picks, that AWP has been shining para sa OG Esports. It's not clean at all dahil Heroic has still been successful sa pagkuha ng mga connector pushes dito, where you also got Config's clutches. Nakakala natin imposible na pwedeng maipanalo against OG. No, you just rely on firepower alone. Well, experience on the Anubis map may be lacking for both sides. But comfortability, I'd say Config could be an interesting pick into the mix for NG that he's lurking.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about yung how much the op nerfed did nothing.
What off nerf? Anong AWP nerf?
I mean, the 5 bullets did not affect
No, I know.
this entire series, to be fair. Parang ganun pa rin talaga yung peaks ni Dexter, ganun pa rin yung peaks ni KDN. You're not really being careful or anything. It's still the same mode, just a reduced mag size. Realistically, wala talagang change sa kanilang gameplay. But yeah, I would say Heroic might have the upper hand. Maybe lang.
Apektuhan lang naman ikaw sa AWP nerf if you miss your shots. But Dexter's been hitting so many sa mga proactive pushes na dito. I think it was ballsy then that he contested yung double doors. Dry. You know? And although it was, I'd say, valiant na tinatry niyang i-hold yung line para sa OG, you would say that a lot of the contributions are evenly distributed para dito sa Heroic. I mean, clear-cut na eh. Kung si Yabi yung maglalurk at hindi successful, you also have like yung insurance policy na nandun din si Config na nagiging threat doon sa may water area that connects towards, well, connector para sa B site. And it's been working for a few of the rounds where you put Config in a very uncomfortable spot. He knows how to play around it, which has been the winning formula for a lot of the rounds for Heroic. But you could say the same then for OG, where they're also relying on one figure, and that's Dexter and his AWP.
Yep. Killian could be the difference too. Dito sa city side pare. I mean, his op could be all the difference. If you could put him on one side of the map and just put the rest of the squad, you know, maybe sa mid, maybe dito sa may B side natin, then that could definitely be a really good defense. If kaya ni Kadian na mag one-man hold on that op, which he definitely can. Kailangan lang, it just has to be one of these days para dito sa Heroic if that was supposed to happen. Pero he definitely can, that is for sure. Pero city side na nga ang Heroic dito. More of a focus on towards that mid side. And
No
it is going to be a bit of a clash.
No flash, no utility. It's just all-out gunfights. Tatlong patay agad sa Heroic side. Na if you compare for both teams, wala silang flashes at all. Gusto lang nilang labanan yung mid-control. Yung OG, agad nakuha yung advantage. Si Config na dink agad, 88 HP galing sa Glock ng isa sa mga attacking teams. Ngayon, KDN to get that one tap to Nexa to at least even the odds. Kaso, Config is a dead man walking. So, konting tap lang sa kanyang katawan. Actually, kahit anong parte ng katawan ni Config, nag-iisa na lang si KDN after.
Yep, Kadian 100 HP strong. Could be 0 kung natamaan nga siya sa ulo ng USP. Pero B-side, ang hanap dito ng OG. Slowly but surely they are now taking it. Walang nag-pick up ng USP sa kanilang dalawa dito. So it is gonna be a bit of a struggle for those long fights. But I do not think itong si Dexter ang mag-long fight para sa kanyang team dito. Hindi nakita si Kadian. Dexter with the jiggle peak. That's the low player down. Pero si Fico buhay na buhay pa rin dito. If mahanap agad si Kadian dito, that's gonna be bad news. Kadian down to 72. Tres na lang dito si Config and he does get drive-by. Pero Kadian gets the 1v1. That's a huge win para sa Heroic. And even Kadian getting it too. Grabe naman, despite getting spotted dito sa may water side natin, still gets the kill and still gets the clutch para sa kanyang team. Heroic looking to be that second team to get that win dito sa Anubis. But they need to break away, pare.
The eagerness ni Nexa, yun yung nag-punish sa kanya. Plus, I think wala namang fault doon si Fiku when he tried to go for the plant din plus the repo. I think what ultimately led to the demise of OG doon was just the isolations na nakuha agad ni Kadian. They had like one low player of Config, but he did the right call of avoiding the fight, play as like an info bot na lang. Kung magpupush nga sila sa A, okay, mag-rotate na lang ako siguro. If sa B-site nga sila magpupush. Ultimately, Kadian played around his own mechanics. Walang utility doon, just all out one taps lang from this guy. For OG though, a forced buy into the mix, something na a lot of teams like to do talaga. That's against Famouses across, well, 3 players Famous for Heroic na pwedeng kapag-duel against these Galils, especially if they're not able to control yung mga spray nila dito. They're avoiding yung A main position dahil Dexter has been doing a really good job sometimes doon sa first half pa lang natin, but now Heroic are doing the same thing and they decide that fountain position that Dexter has been holding is a power position. They're gonna try to do it again.
Yep. 40 seconds left. OG slowing it down dito sa ating game. Nade meron ang mga Heroic members dito. Looking for that eventual nade. Papasok na dito sa ating site. Flash is gonna go through. Bulag na bulag lahat ng players dito ng OG and it is gonna be a disaster para sa kanila dito as nades are gonna start to fly in bago sila makapasok dito sa ating site. 5 strong dito sa A main side natin and it could be a 5-man save.
Save.
Ay. It's a tough one but at least pagdating dito sa ating next round, you know, mas malaki ng onti yung pera para dito sa OG but saving as 5 on that B side's brutal. Wala kang pera, wala kayong nades dito sa inyong next round so it's gonna have to be a 5-man rush without any needs sa isang side ng map. That's not sounding good at all para dito sa OG.
No. And they had no mollies to use from that fast push sana papunta doon sa may B side. It was actually just using yung guns nila bago sila makalabas doon sa A habang nandun din yung smokes that was the first part and then yung pagbaril through the smoke din yung nagkaroon ng pressure bago makapag-push ng OG. They needed to take care of that. They needed to wait it out but they had no time dahil doon sa passive pushes na ginagawa nila around the map as a whole. No presence made. 5-stack push. They ultimately decided na i-lockdown agad just from those 2 parts alone. With the push out, I think OG have a shot at this now that Shush is down for the count. A site again being in contention. Yabi goes down because of the Galil shot from Flames. Again ngayon, nandito yung bomb plant but what about the retake?
Yep. OG have the numbers. Heroic. They have the retake and I don't think they're gonna opt into it. Play safe muna sila dito. Especially naka-opt dito si KDN. Gusto talaga nilang, you know, ma-reserve yung opt na to as much as possible, even dumping down the Molotov. Pero Tessus is looking for an upgrade sa lahat ng mga nakagalil dito. OG, somehow, some way, with the 0 nades in this round, made it work dito sa A site. And Heroic, medyo na blindside sila doon.
Perfect shot. Out of this push. Kanina pang hawak nitong si Dexter yung AK niya. The only AK in a swarm of Galils for OG that led to the entry. After they got shush through that smoke, bang. Timeout. Pwedeng ma-set out ng Heroic. They recognize na they need to keep this trail cold. Nahabol agad yung mga players ng OG ngayon. At habang nandito pa rin yung lead ng Heroic, you just diffuse agad yung init ng OG as fast as possible. Timeout could be perfect.
Could be. Could definitely be. But 10 to 8, OG, they do have the, you know, meron silang nades at this time, so maybe their push is gonna be a lot easier, that is for sure. Pero para dito sa Heroic, as long as meron silang AWP, then it is gonna be A-okay. Pero lang, can KDN capitalize? Yes, he can. Turns around in time, a bit shaky, pero nakuha pa rin yung shot at the end of the day. KDN down to 34, but advantage created pa rin para dito sa Heroic. And OG looking for the exact same thing. And Flames, he has been getting these advantages, no? Pero, ooh, it's not gonna be coming in from him. Instead, si Nexa play makakuha. That's gonna be the up or down. Heroic, they're kind of split dito sa ating mapa. If Nexa can actually push dito sa may mid-side natin, options are gonna be limited para sa ibang Heroic players dito sa ating B-side.
I think ADM was taking into account that since Window had no presence, there was that possibility that pwede silang makapag-push from there. That AWP, while it was wide open, he had no cover. I can see why he did that. Unfortunately though, yun yung naging punishment. Nandun pa rin yung setup ni Nexa. And he was one of the players that was lurking around that mid side. Trying to default to lurk around B side, where now you're pulling away rotations on from Tessus as well as Config, where the latter namatay agad dahil sa entry ni Dexter. Gawin nating dalawa. Pangatlo? Surely not, because Shush already diffusing yung pag-init ng si Flames na kanina pang nagbe-build up from this Anubis map alone. So 3 versus 2. Spray galing dun sa side ng smoke. Galing kay Yabi, but it's actually the Galil that wins it off in that 1v1. Si Shush na lang, 1v3. Enough time para ma-plant yung bomb onto CT side. And Nexa to capitalize on the 1v3 alone. Yabi had no chance. He had to isolate, kaso the angles were just too set para sa OG.
Yep. 10-9. I mean, OG finding these kills in time. I mean, despite yung napakagandang pick dito sa mid-side natin, the other players stepped up as well to the plate. Dexter, not with an op, instead with an AK-47 entering para sa kanyang team dito sa ating B-side from that middle area. Pretty flexible guy to say the least. And ngayon, Kadian, meron na siyang op ulit. Kind of like an art style buy, as you would say. Pero Heroic, I think they're gonna try to preserve it as much as possible. You know, opposite of art, to say the least. Pero, I mean, protect the president type gameplay yata yung nakikita natin dito. They want to spend some players para maka-peak dito si Kadian, and it seems like it's working. Config for Dexter in terms of yung pag-trade ng players. I think that's pretty fine para dito sa Heroic. Worth it, yeah.
Yeah, parang ginamit lang nila si Config as a flash. Diba nag-jump peak na lang siya palabas. Actually, hindi nga yung jump peak, nag-jump lang palabas ng main tong si Config. Just to get that opening shot while the wide angle was set up agad para kay Dexter. That was what actually gave him punishment. And while they also pulled rotation onto B, they suddenly have openings onto A site. Si Shush, narinig niya agad, naaamoy niya yung 5 or 4 na players ng OG. They still have the entry set up, but they don't know about Shush na kanina pa with the USP sa corner dito sa may A site, kaso NeoFrag was just too quick to defuse agad ng sitwasyon. They already got the bomb plant down, and Heroic, although they had a decent amount of damage, it's not enough to deny them the equal amounts of round wins.
Yeah, but OG is starting to catch up dito sa ating game. That could be good news for the Danish boys. Pero yun nga, meron pa rin op dito si Kadian. Meron ng Galil dito si Chappy, but the rest of the squad can afford ang kanilang mga rifles dito. In at the round right after. But OG, they're gonna have to be careful. They're gonna have to try and keep as much weaponry as they can. Medyo low yung economy ng mga ibang players dito. Chappy looking to shave some of this off. I heard 1 kill, and I think that is Mr. NeoFrag as his face did turn red. So, 1 less rifle para dito sa side ng OG. But still, it is a 10-10.
Don't parang kinilig si NeoFrag. Ano yan, parang kinilig si NeoFrag after mamatay.
It's like, damn, he would go for me then. Why not? I mean, that's a pretty interesting rifle na nasa kamay dito ni Mr. NeoFrag. Pero Kadian, on that op, yun, third time's the charm.
He was attempting that for a few rounds now. This time, this mid push na sobrang fruitful para sa ating CT side na Heroic. And it was off of like so much util. That's those smokes that they kept trying to limit yung pag-up, yung pag-vision itong OG before they can even get that mid control. And if that doesn't work out, sige, mag-split na lang tayo siguro. Maybe get that B push rolling. Maybe contest against Yabi's AWP na naging secret weapon ng Heroic so far. Dexter is trying to hit the shots through the smoke itself. Nakita niyo yung pagtalon ni Tessus, kaso not much to behold onto that push onto B. Maybe Flames can do something about this. Kaso now that his presence has been made known, baka marinig na tong si Kadian. He's already lurking on down, but Fiku already. The backstab rolling on down. It's a 4 versus 3.5 para dito sa Heroic actually. So it's doable. Kaso the
What
trade
was
comes
that
in.
peak?
3 versus 2. What is that peak? Especially out from Tessis. And suddenly becomes the 35 seconds na pwedeng makapitalize ng Heroic now that they got that tri-stack onto mid.
Oh, Chappy, you need to hit those, man. You need to hit those shots. Pero 2v2 na ka situation. Figo looking for the wide, but he does not get it. Quick scope galing kay Dexter. Wait a minute, wait a second.
Pwede pa.
We do have a clutch in our hands. 1 HP si Jabby. 97 si Tesses. If you add them both up, it's exactly 100. Pero no scope galing dito kay Jabby. Exactly 100 HP between these two players are all they need to finish this round. And Heroic. Opo, 11-10. Fuse is gonna be incoming, keeping the up. All the scenarios are good. Medyo naging spicy around na to nung nawala si KDN, pero yeah, once Josh did get that kill dito kay Fiku, it was just pretty easy for them. Even Jabby with the no scope probably did not expect to hit that, but it hits anyways. 11-10. Heroic inching ever so closer to the score line, pero meron pa namang pambay dito ang OG, so okay pa naman ang kanilang gun buy dito. 6k yung mga ibang members, so I would pretty much say they're chilling in terms of the economy, pero you know, one loss and that buy that they have right now is pretty much gone. Pero pwede naman sabihin din to, no, dito sa Heroic as well. Wala pa silang loss bonus dito.
Wala pa nga. They have to make this full buy worth it ngayon for OG. Since it's one of their last, if they lose this, then they're forced into 2 more rounds to give. Papunta sa Heroic. And this connector pushes everything. Tessis has to hold as much as he can. Spray, papunta kay Neofrag, but Flames at least with a 1-for-1. Yabi na kanina pang nagbe-bait and switch para kay Tessis. Pays off. Another one. Oh! A shot from the Dexter's AWP. Pagkalabas ng connector, pwede na lang labanan to. Config with the second AWP. A shot out from the flick. May pangalawa din dahil dun sa Molly. So Config has been doing wonders as the anchor dito sa B site. Fiku na naman nag-iisa. A 1v3. He can hand. Wala sa kanya yung bomba. So he just has to fight. It has to be Fiku. It has to be the clutch. Good amount of damage dito kay Cadian. But it's just not enough. You got the shot from the AWP. Nandito yung long-range angle na set up agad ni Cadian. And Config, he was a titan. A guardian dito sa B-side.
Grabe, I mean, that shot in the middle of the molly as well. Pero sayang si Dexter dito. I mean, if naiwasan niya yung molly in time, that could have been another body alive. And Heroic. You know, once again, it's one of those rounds where it just doesn't look good at the beginning para dito sa Heroic, then all of a sudden, it goes back in their way. OG. I'll go back on the Deeks, back on those pistols. And if they can take over your site na to, actually, with Config offing, something could happen. Or could have happened.
Nothing happened. Just a classic defense na may puro guns. Oh, he pulled out the knife. Kaso Tessis has the movement. A little bit dicey pagdating doon sa connector hold. And I like the tap from the coach just saying, oh, okay lang yan. Okay lang yan.
I was checking on if his neck can still take it, man. Kaya pa.
Nag-adjust.
Nag-adjust. Courtesy of Exist, man. Pero yun nga, I mean, Heroic starting to look a lot more cleaner dito sa kanilang city side, man. And considering how Anubis is going, or how much I've learned from the first experience siguro with Anubis in its entirety, I would say there's gonna be a lot of fighting. That is for sure.
Yeah. Very.
I like it.
Katulad ng kanina, I like that. A 2-for-1. Mid-side push yet again. Cadian. Oh, konti na lang sana. And he pulls out the deagle. Grabe. And the shot from the AWP as well. Cadian, init na init sa pag-hold ng mid. A triple kill for the Danish sniper. Yung 1v3 pa nga. Dexter na lang ulit na kanina pa nagiging influential para sa success ng OG so far. Kaso, man, Cadian's impact dun sa mid-side. Just cannot deny it.
Yep. Dexter, kailangan niya i-channel yung kanyang inner Jane dito. In this 1v3 situation. Pero titignan natin yung replay ulit. I mean, you can barely see the first shot. Pero KDN even getting yung tagged up na Neofrag dito. There it is. Easy 3k from the man himself. And once you have mid control, napakadali na yan para sa squad mo. Not just that, it is bomb drop para dito kay KDN. Doesn't have all 5 chambers or all 5 bullets loaded in the chamber. I don't think he needs it. 20 seconds na lang natitira. Dexter menacingly peeking around the corner. I mean, what can he do at this point?
Parang si Mr. X habang chinecheck niya kung nasan si Leon. Bawat corner. Tuk. Kaso wala din si Leon. So, all that he can do is just save that AWP for next round. I think just a really good read from Heroic. Yung produkto para sa panalo na to. Na 14. Ngayon, para sa Danish squad natin, that results in a timeout for OG, which you could tell from everybody's faces that they're running out of what they can pull out dito sa Anubis map natin. And I can't blame them kasi it's less about nag-underperform yung OG because Dexter, although he's been like the Dexter and Friends squad for OG, you could make an argument na Flames has been also doing his best. Nex has also been keeping up in terms of like fragging potential. Pero Heroic are just, especially si Kadian, they're pulling out the best dito sa ating Anubis map and it's showing sa comfortability nila dito sa city side.
Yep, it is gonna be a tough one para dito sa OG. I mean, to get back, wala kayong economy sa round na to. Naka-off si Dexter. Maybe something can happen if, makagawa nga dito si Dexter or makagawa yung mga isang mga players dito. Pero medyo mahirap pa rin. There's gonna be an op at the back of the site in the hands of Config, and yun na nga, si Dexter pa ang nawala. And it is gonna be the secondary opper incoming. Flashes are gonna start to come to the roof. But the confidence galing dito kay Config, you have to remember this man was opping on Astralis not too long ago. So he knows his way around itong AWP. So walang problema para sa kanya dito. He's pretty fast as well, ito si Config. He's not like, he's a bit faster than KD and a bit slower than itong si Stown siguro. He's straight in the middle. Pero yun na nga, Config as well. With the op play, and I think this is gonna be di pa naman actually. Meron pang one buy ang OG dito.
May isa pang one more buy. Enough to maybe extend the game? Possibly. And they have full util almost. Because Dexter's like pretty much has one more slot, but it's ultimately gonna come down to if they can contest these extremities kasi they're gonna be ignoring yung A push. This time, it's just underwater. Kung saan again, si Tessas na naman, yung Guardian, itong connector area where he reloads. He gives an opportunity para kay Flames to NG. The Config to treat it all up. Flames to get that 2-for-1 rolling. And that B site just after that entry frag, enough para makuha yung B site. Wala nang default. Wala nang mid-push. Entry na lang para ma-stop yung momentum for Heroic.
Yep. And this is what I want to see galing dito sa OG, no? A lot more of these aggressive rounds galing sa side nila. And sila pa ang dapat mauna pagdating sa pagkuha ng mga advantage dito. And it seems like kumana nga sa kanila dito sa round to. Kaya nakuha pa ng isa dito. Maybe we'll get one more. Pero medyo mahirap na rin para sa kanya dito. OG just gonna decide to back off. Naka-off pa rin dito. Si Nexa this time actually. I think it was passed to him by Mr. Dexter. 15-11 is gonna be the score. And a free defuse kit para dito kay KDN. Pero 4 na lang ang natitira between sa dalawang teams natin dito. 4 chances para dito sa OG na makabalik dito sa ating game. But they need to be a lot more assertive, kumbaga, dito sa game na to.
Ito mo yung ano. Ito mo yung appear ni Dexter dun sa coach niya. Parang hindi yun appear parang sinampal na yung kamay.
Yun yung frustrated na appear.
I'm carrying the weight of this thing.
Parang ganun na nga. You could say that.
Yeah.
You can kinda say that.
Can't blame him though kasi siya yung consistent fragger sa Anubis where yung iba either nalulose out yung timing or lacking sa setup before they could go on to the A side push. This time though, malay mo, pwede pa kasi kung mag-push masyado si KDN, although it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen, pwede siya ma-punish na tong si Nexa. But he's not pushed too far, so the only way he could punish anybody is kapag lalabas sila dito sa double doors, which isn't really the sign dito for Heroic where everybody on OG, it's an A-site defense or D-site push para ma-overwhelm tong si Shush na nag-iisang anchor dito sa A-site.
Pero nakaspot na nga siya ng napakadaming members dito ng OG. Nexa, great spot dito sa may mid side. Walang nakatutok na kahit anong players dito kay Dian. He's gonna expose himself on that deagle pero si Shush na andito pa rin sa ating site. Neofrag though, napakagandang white peak. OG advantage. Meron pa silang dalawang extra player dito. So pwede pa silang makakuha ng bomb plant and Heroic just gonna have to back off. They lose the op but does it matter? 11k yung pera dito ni KDN.
Potential damage.
Potential damage. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter too much. I think sa next round, maybe it is gonna matter. Pero having 11k on KDN, that's 2 more ops para dito sa Heroic. Plenty of pressure galing sa side nila in OG, having to think about that every time. Sa pagkakamali lang talaga. Oh, pero OG, they do say goodbye to Neofrag, pero okay pa naman yung kanila economy dito. Definitely can drop some AKs. Plenty para sa mga ibang members dito. Heroic, still yet to finish the game.
At least may pang-posta pa rin sa rival dito si KDN, di ba? 13k pagkatapos ng bomb explosion. And it was now the slow-paced tempo na ginagawa ngayon ng OG where they often parang 50-50 nila yung either the mid-push into the connector area B plant or sometimes the extremity area where they actually put more pressure on the op rather than try to contest it as a whole ngayon. So this time, Config back on water kasama si Tesses na sama-sama niyang i-pressure yung bridge area but Flames is just too quick, aware agad na doon manggagaling si Tesses where leaving Config na wala agad yung comrade niya sa pag-hold dun sa water. But he could just call 2 of his brothers and open up one side which is medyo justifiable pa nga yung risk na yun pero at least fortified yung defense nila dito sa underwater but still leave yung extremity open. That is if KDN doesn't hit the shot pero usually does.
Usually does. Config, yun lang. I think he spotted yung body Neofrag muna. Shot a bit too quick. And it is all on gonna be Jabby. No utility. So wala flash kahit ano. Grabe naman, crouch peek from Fiku. This man is careful. It's Josh at the back of the site. Mag-isa na lang siya dito. Is gonna spot one. Pero medyo busy siya dito kay Fiku to even spot itong si Nexa. KDN with the op. Maybe he's gonna try to go for a miracle play. I mean, he does have 7k. Pero he's a save na lang to. I mean, I would recommend for him to just go for it, man, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, it's KDN. Dalawang miracle play. Clutches kahit 1v3. So baka number 3 na to for 2022. And this time, against OG, kaso sobrang layo niya sa bomba. At save na lang niya siguro to. Maybe a bit of damage? No. Nag-whiff yung shot and it's OG again. Another round para ma-extend ulit yung Anubis. Closer and closer para makuha yung overtime call. A bit more money na meron ang Heroic para makuha yung ilang mga full buy nila. Possibly sure. I do like the angle set up by Config but maybe a little bit too ambitious. Maybe the execution was not there. Still, OG got the round.
Ooh, may dalawang timeout pa dito yung Heroic. So, they do have plenty of time to think about what they're gonna do dito sa ating next few rounds. That is 2 to be exact. So, they have one now, one for later. Hopefully, meron sila isa para sa round 30. Sana. Hopefully. But it really is gonna depend, no? I mean, Heroic definitely having a hard time trying to close out itong mapa na to. That is for sure. Especially considering umiinit na dito si Fico, umiinit na dito si Leo Frag. The Riflers are gonna start to open things up para sa kanilang mga team. But, yeah.
I think that wasn't hindi doon yung usual na clipping problem. Parang sinexa na lang yung may problema doon.
Yeah. At that point, the wall was so obvious, but he's still gonna call it for the pride's sake. Pero I mean, nothing really to exploit no para dito sa OG. I mean, the positions are really good para dito sa Heroic. But mid is looking a bit weak. Could be exploited. Especially
A-main,
considering A-main is gonna be a bit overcrowded. Pero nakatalikod yung isang player, yun lang. KDN was a bit busy trying to pull out his flash grenade, but the timing was already there para dito sa OG. Nakain ng buhay dito yung Heroic sa ating A-site. B-site na lang magsasave sila dito. Nako po, 15 to 14. OT opportunity for map number 3.
Pwede. At kung kanina sinabi natin, pwedeng mag-bet itong si KDN. Wala na siyang pangpusta. Konti na lang yung pera nila dito. So it could be a broken buy ngayon sa Heroic. Mas lalo na kapag nakuha ni Fiku, kaso config was just quicker. Agad-agad niyang na-diffuse yung sitwasyon for Heroic dito. Pero ultimately, you still get those picks from Flames himself who just wanted to get the piece doon sa A-main. Nakasetup na agad sana yung short range, long range angle from the AWP. Kaso timing was not there. Ilalabas sana niya agad yung kanyang utility. Habang si Yabi nagsisetup pa rin, parang iniwan na lang niyang mamatay nung si Yabi habang nagpupull out pa lang ng granada tong si KDN, which ultimately gave them another A-side push. Walang problema at all.
I think they were expecting like a flash to come dito sa may A-main side natin, and eventually that play to work para sa kanila dito. But unfortunately, yung hindi gumana para dito sa side ng Heroic. Would have been a good plan though, to be fair. Tamang flash lang, tamang peek lang. Not that much layers, can definitely do some damage though. Pero OG find themselves 1 point away from overtime dito sa Anubis. And they are going their usual pace, slow and steady papasok dito sa A-site. I think if you're just gonna decide to play itong A-site na parang ganitong like only one member is gonna be going for defense in some late rotate, I don't think you should just play it at that point. Pero ayun na nga, OG instant 2-piece para sa kanila dito. Jappy on low HP, next up with the run and gun AK spray. Tapos na ang Saito, and we find ourselves in overtime dito sa Anubis.
Ay, nako. OT.
First overtime in Anubis history. No way.
Tama. Pinakaunang OT. That is if Heroic actually fumbled this round, which ultimately it's kind of obvious where dalawa na lang sila eh. Kahit sobrang low lang ng iba, you're fighting with an AWP and just one player who's barely hanging on to his life din naman. Kaya, you know, at that point, just OT was just staring at you at the face. And OG have climbed up. Ginrind nila yung OT na to. I think they were down like, what, 15-8? If I'm not mistaken.
15 to 8, my friend. Hard grind indeed. I mean, 5 rounds straight after their loss in round 25. So it is quite a tough one to say the least. Pero, ayun na nga, diretso na tayo dito sa ating OT. Heroic City side pa rin. OG on the T side. OG T side has been treating them nice for the past few rounds. Pero kaya pa nila i-replicate dito sa OT. If they can get 2 or even 3, then ayun na nga, tapos na yung boxing dito.
Anong feeling na nag-cast ka ng pinakaunang overtime sa Anubis?
Pretty hype.
Very nice.
It's not that hype really. Kasi parang it feels great at first nung nangyari yun sa Ancient. Pero ngayon, it doesn't feel it. It's like, alright, new map. New map, I guess.
Yeah. More hours to learn yung map na to.
Yep. Daming lineups, daming intricacies, timings, everything to learn dito sa Anubis, which is gonna be somewhat annoying, pero it's gonna be fine if there's gonna be at least something new in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Pero yun na nga, push dito sa may mid-side natin. OG has been doing this for the past few and it has been working. Jappy facing the wall and is gonna continue to do so. As Neofrag nag-full swing na dito sa ating side. KDian gonna try to get away. He's very annoying but does not get the second flick. A bit too cheeky, my friend. Ako po, lahat ng heroic dito ay bubagsak na. Not really they can do much. Parang nakikita ng OG na sobrang hina ng A defense dito ng heroic and they're just exploiting it again and again and again, even dito sa OG natin.
Yeah. I think even in regulation, napansin din nila yung AWP not being the most reliable of sorts. Whereas now, Shush tries to at least get more, pero ultimately it will become that win for OG and OT. Where, again, you mentioned yung kanilang defense doon sa may A. Maybe that's the weakness that is getting exploited for heroic, where I think they played it off that conditioning from the previous rounds kung saan that AWP hasn't been working out for KDian. Plus, the double stack that they tried to do, hindi nagiging effective against OG. So they just full send it, full push, accelerate agad para makuha yung A site for OG. And I like the utility usage for Heroic this time around. It's a flip of a script. They got a good amount of chunk damage dito sa OG before they can even get mid-side presence. Connector. Oh, again, si Config naman yung lalaban. Tutuos. Laban dito kay Flames with a bit of hope para dito sa Heroic. Kaso, costing him his life means a 4 versus 5. OG now contest into that B site. Hinihintay na lang ni Tesses yung paglabas doon sa Molly. Kaso nagbe-whiff yung shot. Yabi to get it all through. Tesses to reclaim control dito sa my B site. Kaso nga lang, Flames is still alive until Yabi secures the frag. It's a 2 versus 1. Si Dexter na lang. AWP. Can he clutch it up? Big! He cannot. Naluto agad sa Molly na nalabas ni Shush. This is 16 to 16 in OT nonetheless.
Grabe naman yun. I mean, Heroic almost losing that round in its entirety if hindi nga nag-clutch up dito sa may short side. Pero yun lang, I mean, sayang yung ginawa ni Flames dun to be fair. I mean, did get all of the entries para sa kanyang team yet they could not capitalize on it at the end of the day. Just one big play just turn the tables para dito sa side ng OG and Heroic. They get around on the board off of a mistake. Dexter. We do get itong si KDian peeking dito sa may main side natin. New frag does have the auto sniper. Interesting how that's gonna pan out para dito sa OG.
How does he work through this? Oh, Fiku. I think he was just trying to make presence. Kasi kita mo yung kung saan tumatakbo tong si New frag. Just all the way over to the A side. Kaso hindi kakagat ang Heroic. You already read the play, so maybe just reading each other this time around. Underwater push into connector, sandwiching tong si Config. He's left all alone. Masasandwich siya. Kasi yung apat na players ng Heroic, they're already on the other side of the map while Config nag-iisang left for dead doon sa may connector. The B side open for business para sa OG. Oh, they lost on the timing. Tessis, try na mag-connect doon sa pag-push ng OG. Kaso, they all just fly into default para makuha yung bomb plant.
Oh, yun lang, Heroic. Back for blood on the A site. Or on the B site rather. Pero mukhang, yeah, this is not looking likely para sa side nila. Just try to go for the spray. Pero OG, kind of the push-pull na nakita natin at the start of the round. Getting KDian at the beginning, Config getting stuck in the middle of everything. And ayun na nga. Everything is starting to pan out
para dito sa OG. Especially para dito kay Flames. He's been getting a lot of these entry frags para sa kanyang team. Kung wala si Flames dito, hindi talaga makakaabot yung OG ng ganitong posisyon sa overtime. And 16 to 17, OG 2 rounds away from closing it out. Heroic, if they get all 3 here, it is theirs. Pero titignan pa natin.
Now, do you think, since we're like 3 games in, napapag-usapan natin yung difference si Config with Stown, do you think he's a good fit now?
I still think Stown's better. I think kung si Stown yung naglalaro, we would have not made it to map 3. That's for sure. The way that OG is playing dito sa series na to, I think, yeah, Stown could be the difference, to be fair. They could still lose map number 1. Yun nga. Pero map number 2 and 3 would be a lot more sided papunta sa side ng Heroic dito. I feel like this would be a Stown map, itong Anubis.
Yeah. I can see either the entry points or yung pag-lurk nitong si Stown. Pero now, hindi yun yung reality. We're sitting in yung pag-push nila dun sa may B. Ang daming exchange of fire kasi Heroic, oh man, they just want to get B as much as they can. Now relying on Config kaso nawala yung split. So they're not falling in the front lines. Biglang rotate pabalik doon sa may mid where NeoFrag's just repositioning himself.
Sobrang angat ni NeoFrag. Oh my God.
Naangat. Kitang-kita, amoy na amoy, rinig na rinig nila yung reposition doon sa may A site. Kaso NeoFrag, wala yung timing. Nakapag-pass na agad sa window. A site free for business. But Nexa can change it all. Kaya niyang tapusin yung pag-site control nila sa A site if he does manage to pull through. Kaso, he already give away that chance. Nandito na yung 5 versus 4. Yung retake na pwedeng kunin ng OG and Heroic all separated on through. Maybe there's a chance.
Maybe there is. Pero yun lang, Fico nabawasan na agad ng AK-47's Josh getting the headshot dito kay NeoFrag and kay Flames. OG in such a good position pero nawala bigla. KD nakuha na nga si Dexter. Fico just jumping into the water at this point. Nexa, nalikuran pa nga. I don't know why hindi nila makapitalize off of yung pwede mangyari dun kay NeoFrag, to be fair. Sobrang angat nila dito sa ating mapa but still, they could not muster up a strategy that could, you know, at least try and see if you can get 1 or 2 members galing dito sa Heroic.
Siguro kasi feeling ko, he already knew na magro-rotate na naman sila sa A, so they possibly could have been trying to cut off doon sa pag-upper rotate instead of doon sa window where that was the best chance for him. Kaso, wala siya doon sa window. Hindi niya tinignan yung angulo na yun. Tinignan na lang niya yung isa pang choice kung saan sila magro-rotate but hindi siya nanalo dun sa 50-50 na yun. It wasn't a jackpot and he lost yung timing na yun. Yung post-plant din, wala din siguro yung naging positioning for OG right after they got the bomb, or actually for Heroic after they got the bomb down, which you weren't able to retake it right after they got pressure doon sa may CT anyway. So Heroic already fighting back with everything that they got dito. A main swarming with so many Danish players. Si Dexter na naman ulit. I've seen this before, and the last time that Dexter has done this, he's got a double kill. But this time, Heroic no better. May molly pa nga para makita tong si Nexa na eliminate agad yung IGL. And NeoFrag on the close angle, at least he got 1. Kaso Tessis was too quick para makuha yung 2 for 1.
Damn, this is a tough one para dito sa OG. Now they have a decision. Do they save it? And I think that this is going to be a save para dito sa OG. Though they're going to go for another tie-up. Risky, to say the least, para dito sa OG. Pero Heroic, still, that 18 could be all the difference. Pero OG, are they going to be a lot more aggressive dito sa ating next round? Possibly be a lot more unpredictable siguro. Tesses is gonna go down. They're gonna try to get the op off of your hands dito ni Dexter. Is not gonna work actually. 18 to 17. Heroic gets the win and they get the economy still para sa kanila dito. Oof, that was... Nexa could have gotten a lot more, that's for sure. Dun sa Molotov na yun. If di nila napansin na meron tao dun sa gilid.
This is a close Anubis game. And this is the best Anubis game.
To be fair, they've only been 2. Dalawa pa lang yung Anubis game and there's not that much to choose from.
Sobrang liit ng sample size. Kaya ito yung pinaka-close. On the brink of getting 2 OTs, pero with the way of how Believe Heroic have been playing this, it's possible. Definitely possible for OG. Kaso, yung craftiness ng Heroic yung nagpe-prevail ngayon eh. Yung mga split na nagre-result into those play-for-pick strats na OG have been losing out. Maybe the mid-push again, the old reliable mid-push from OG. Or do Heroic play the picks entirely out of favor for OG? Maybe connector again, na kanina pa nagiging push for Heroic. Maybe with the flip of the script, they can surprise itong si Flames. Has been on fire, pero man, OG have one shot. One shot para ma-stop to. And Heroic push into the A site. All falling on that lone anchor. At least Flames na-stop agad si Config before he can rotate on down to mid. Now this is doable.
Wait a second, wait a minute, Tesses. Nakuha na si Neofrag dito. They do hear itong si Flames in the water. What is Tesses doing? Di ba niya narinig na merong nababasa dito sa may riverside natin? Jabi nila natitira. Check for Flames. Yes, he will. 9 HP. Suddenly, OG is a lot less daring dito sa ating 1v2.
On the brink of getting second OT. Dexter, he just has the bomb right in his sights. Hinihintay na lang si Yabi na mag-push. Wala siyang flash. Just has to wide pick. Oh, he didn't hit the shot. No way. Dexter didn't even use left click. Binigay agad yung A site for free. Nakuha din yung AWP. Yabi. Just one shot makes the difference.
He's dead
one
though,
kill. Na-fake agad. But wala siyang time. Nexa. Just too patient, knowing it was a fake on the first tap. Just like that, we head into a second overtime.
And I think Tesses, they're kind of looking at him in that situation kasi siya talaga yung dapat na magki-clear kay Flames dito. But somehow, some way, Flames, despite making plenty of noise dito sa may bridge area natin, still got all the way through. And at the end of it, grabe naman, Nexa slowly ready and waiting around the corner. And 18 is going to be the score reset na naman dito sa OT natin. Now we are in OT number 2. No one really going too far in terms of the advantage, no? I mean, the score is literally equal. Pero no one's really having a definite weakness except yung kay Heroic, no? Yung kanilang A defense. But I think they've gotten slowly better.
Now it's not going to be that apparent because now they swap sides. Now they're on the T side. Config. This is the same spot where they Team Liquid tried to exploit tong close angle, but this time Nexa was just none the wiser. It's 2 quick kills papunta dito para sa OG. You got the AWP. Dexter, the patience pays off. Nakuha agad yung pangatlo. Si Shush at saka si Yabi na lang. Quick shot from Dexter. Kaso Shush try to trade it all off. Kaso 1 versus 4. 1 minute para makuha niya yung clutch of a lifetime. Kaso, man, he has to check every single corner. Everybody lined up, but he just does not have the firepower.
There it is. First blood goes in the way of OG. Dito sa OT number 2 natin. Not gonna be too happy kung kayo yung Heroic dito, but I think it is gonna be A-okay. Para sa side nila, it is only the first round of the overtime, but still, every round counts. You only have 6 in this entirety. Pero Dexter, huge play on that op. Pero yun nga, it all started off dito sa ating boat push from a main from the 2 members dito ng OG. I like the aggression kahit OT number 2 na the pressure is on, but still, you can see OG trying to make plays around the map. Which is, ito, mapafrustrate talaga yung Heroic pagdating sa mga ganun na situation.
I think if you try to avoid confidence punches, kailangan mong i-avoid yung slaps nitong si Dexter. He's been clapping pretty menacingly. Buong series. Galit na galit eh. I can understand why. Kasi this guy, 36 frags sa Anubis game natin. At ngayon, si KDN kukuha ng first blood because of that push onto the mid side. Trying to limit yung options para dito sa OG. The proactive push caught off guard agad dahil sa AWP ng Heroic. And it's the default smokes agad doon sa may B main, which ultimately does try to make them hesitant kung doon nga sila magpupush. Yung A site again yung magiging call para sa Heroic. Kaso Neofrag, oh! He even 180'd. Nag-turn around agad. Yun na sana yung chance para makuha niya yung triple kill. Kaso KDN was just aware. It's the 5 versus 2 agad dahil Config finds another. Nag-stroll pa lang sa beach, nakuha niya agad si Dexter. It's a 2 versus 5. And Heroic, suddenly, they get the B site plant for free.
Yep. They tried to do a bridge crash, I think. Yung OG dito. And it did not work out in their favor at all. And yeah, KDN being a bit daring with the up. Madami pa naman sila pera dito. And there it is. 19-19 para dito sa Heroic. Both teams equal score. Hindi talaga sila nagpapalagpas ng kahit na dito. KDN almost getting 2. And then lang. Even getting the off timing. Kung hindi tumalikod dun si Neofrag, that would have been OG all day.
Why? What? May flash ba yun? Kaya siya nagtumalikod? Or was he just looking? I think there wasn't a flash.
I think there was a call na baka may tao sa likod.
Just missed time lang. That's yun yung feels bad man moment. Kasi if Neofrag actually was aware, then he could have actually gotten like pretty quick sprays doon sa may boat area. But again, leaving it all up to KDN to stop it all para dito sa OG. And expecting another close range gunfight doon sa mid side. Off of the victory for Heroic, they're leaving with so much momentum dito. At si Neofrag yung nag-iisang threat. Kung doon nga sila magpupush sa mid, they have to take care of him first. Could smoke bang papunta sa dink dito kay Tesses? Kaso still undeterred. Push pa rin doon sa may A site. That's the call for Heroic.
Oh, pero Neofrag, di na siya ganun kaangat dito sa mid, no? So instead, he's just gonna opt in dito sa may site mismo. Dexter gonna get one, but his teammate is gonna get swung on, and just as he is as well, yun lang. Pati si Dexter na rin nadamay dito sa kanilang push. Pero Figu, just like me for real, he just pushes that smoke. Oh my god. Nexa getting itong si Javi, and Figu is gonna get the second. I was gonna say nga, no, like, Figu kinda reminds me of myself. Tapos si Dexter kinda reminds me of you. Tapos when you drop like 36, and it's like, alright, drops 36. But nakikita na ba yung rush ko through the zone?
No flash You were playing a flash.
No flash,
You were
no
playing with
flash. Ayun nga, I
playing
am
with
the flash,
flashes.
bro. Ay no, tignan mo si Piku. Tamang push lang through the smoke. Bottom fragging for his team, but he gets where it matters the most dito sa OT. 20-19 para dito sa OG. 21 could be the match point para dito sa OG. Heroic, despite catching itong OG, no, in the middle of their mistake, parang OG is still trying to go for any of these plays sa start ng ating round.
It's like the A site curse ulit para sa Heroic. It's like the bane of their existence this time. Tessis tries to get that B push, maybe to catch Fiku. Doesn't really realize na nandun si Fiku. Now he does. The spray papunta kay Tessis. Nako, hindi nakatakbo pabalik dito sa B site. Hindi nakapag-reposition. So Config is left kasama itong si Shush para makontrol yung B habang si Flames na nakapag-lurk doon sa A. But is he calling it off? Babalik ba siya dito sa mid? I don't think this is the right call. I think Heroic might have read this really well. Maybe it's a split push on the mid. Kasa Shush just lost the timing. It's a 3 versus 5. Make it a 4 actually now that OG working with as much as they can to maybe at least try to get Flames dito rolling with finding config as well. Cadian nag-iisa na lang dito sa B site, repositioning himself dito sa connector. Kaso, oh man, it's a flip of the script. Now he gets sandwiched. So
There
many
it
people.
is.
Pinush agad. And yes, there it is. 21. One more para matapos yung best of 3 na to.
Yep, Flames just being that dirty troll under the bridge para that's basically his home at this point na he just gets all the frags every time dito sa may water side natin. Going into connector. So much is just going right para dito sa OG. And I like na they did not stop, attempting these plays despite losing yung isang round na to papunta sa side ng Heroic. They just want to keep the pressure going para dito sa Heroic. Para sa kanilang city side na, hindi sila makatulog na maayos at least, or hindi sila makadefend na maayos at least in this types of scenario. Pero tamang passive na naman yung OG dito, looking for that overextension sa kahit anong member dito ng Heroic, and as soon as they find one, that's gonna be big trouble. Oh, they find more than one actually.
Pwede. Pag-push dun sa B-site, agad-agad na po yung control para sa OG. Nako po!
Tinapos na akin na ang pera ko direct. Ayan na nga, cash out ko na. It's time.
Tapos na. Malaban na. OG is now looking to end this 22-19 against Yabi na nag-iisa na lang para sa Heroic. Nakamatapos sa direct. Ayun! Last shot para sa Heroic, and it was a long grind. 3 very close games para dito sa OG. Ultimately, it took them 2 overtimes dito sa Anubis. And agad-agad doon sa last round where they needed to rush on down to B, that was their end call. At ayun yung victory line nila.
That is a tough one, to say the least. Para dito sa Heroic, getting a taste of the new map, which is gonna be Anubis. Not, hindi pa sila masyado malungkot. They're not out of the tournament just yet. It is the group stage para dito sa ating world final. I mean, yeah, he lost to Anubis, so I wouldn't be too sad kung kaya yung Heroic dito. They still do have the lower final, which is possibly makakalaban nila is NaVi or Vitality, which is gonna come in just a bit. Of course, OG taking it in map number 3. Dexter dropping a 40 Johnson in this map. Grabe naman yan. 40, 19, 85 ADR. And on the other side, Strush and KDN trying their best. Medyo nawala yung magic ni Config dito sa map number 3, which they do need. Kasi nga, Dexter dropping 40 is just crazy, to say the least. And we're gonna see a bit of the highlights. Pero once again, shout out to Rivalry.com, of course. Rivalry.com/LuponWXC. You can see it sa top right ng ating screen. Hopefully right now. Pero ayun na nga, that is the official partner dito ng Focus Fire in terms of the betting side of things. Make sure to use Rivalry.com/LuponWXC. Up to $200, up to 11K. So if you bet kayo, make sure to bet on the best betting website in the world, Rivalry.com. And of course, if you want the best CSGO skins like you see on screen, I think that Galil looks good. I like the Up Lightning Strike, very nice. That's first edition skins para dito CSGO. CSGO Fast, by the way, is gonna be the channel that you will need to get that skins from. Once again, CSGO Fast for the best skins in the game itself. Pero grabe naman, what a banger. In Anubis, I'm starting to warm up dito sa mapa na to. Not gonna lie, it's not as bad as Ancient, no? When it first started out. Hindi naman ganun kapangit yung Anubis, at least. Pero, there's gonna be some changes. Pero with the state of the map ngayon, okay na rin. It's not like, it's not horrible, no? It's not like,
fix the clipping issue siguro sa B. And then we're alright.
Clipping lang yung problema,
Yeah. Yung pagtaro dun sa Molly, yung kahit anong utility that could have actually affected yung round a bit more positively for a few teams. Lalo na yung yung dun sa Outsiders game where just bumabalik yung isip ko dun sa Nafly na pagbato niya ng Molly. Just didn't work out because of the clipping issue. Something that we need to consider din talaga. But I like the fighting A lot of fighting sa Anubis. It's less about map control. It's more about yung lurk yung lurking.
Can you hit your shots?
That and like, yeah, can you hit your shots dun sa mid? Kasi sa mid talaga lumalabas yung, not only yung smokes, but yung firepower ng both ng teams na to. Lalo kung nakita natin yung heroic na every single time as well. Si KDN na nagtatry mag-control gamit ng AWP from the mid side. Si Dexter, no, he usually goes A site anyway. And it does work out usually for OG when they do force the issue on A. Since heroic, they do need to clean up yung A site defense nila. Not only A site defense, pero yung pag-attack din nila dun sa A site itself. I think A is just really, like, they're very difficult site to push on down. Kaya once they realize that, maybe they can pull it off sa elimination game nila bukas. Hopefully, pero OG coming out on top. We were telling everybody about this being the underdog story since OG haven't had the best of years. Especially losing tong si Alexi B. Now they have a bit of a reform. Kasama na si Nexa, kasama na din tong si mga players na si Dexter. Everybody else on OG. They did a lot of contributions dito sa Anubis map. Actually, buong series. Kahit yung Mirage game where it just went all in para sa heroic, OG just showed that they can contend.
There it is, OG, man. Gonna be a team to watch out for dito sa ating Blast Premier World Final live over at Abu Dhabi, of course. And yeah, that is it para sa ating first series, or rather, yeah, first series of Group B, second series of the day. We do have MVP, and it is gonna be Mr.
Dexter?
Mr. Dexter. Who else top 40? Of course, it's the man. It's the man himself. Ayun na nga, 1.26, 70 and 46. Crazy KD to say the least. Ang laking impact na nakita natin galing dito kay Mr. Dexter on that aid. But AWP, of course, presented to you by Rivalry, the best betting website in the world. As OG moves on dito sa upper final natin, mga kalaban nila ang mananalo between Natus Vincere and Vitality in the next series. So titignan natin kung sino nga magiging kalaban nila dito sa finals of Group B. But that is it for me and Dad Femina for now, guys. We will be right back, so do not go anywhere. See you in a bit.
3, 2, 1.
This is Keanu Reeves, and welcome to Rush Lane. Rush Lane is a new intense multiplayer racing game where you can compete against real players to win real money. Set in the towering crime-filled metropolis of Hub City, here champions put their life on the line for glory, power, and riches in the ultimate death race known as the Rush Lane. How does it work? Simple. Pay a small stake to jump into the next race. All the stakes go into the prize pool, so the more players, the more money there is to win. Once enough players join, the